Sorry, everyone. All right, it is 5 p.m. and I will call this Policy and Personnel Committee meeting to order. Secretary Shope, may we please have roll call?
Anderson,
Present.
Delgado,
Present.
and Levy.
Here.
All members are present with Levy in the boardroom.
Perfect, thank you so much. Next up is approval of the agenda. And unless there is any objection from the committee, I would like to swap items D and E. I think D may take a little bit longer, so if there are no issues with that, if I could have approval of the agenda with the swapping of policies for first reading, items D and E.
So move.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Oh, I don't think I heard Board Member Delgado. Okay, perfect.
Aye.
So there
Yeah,
are
I
no-
did today.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So there are no objections, the motion carries unanimously. Next up is approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So move.
Second.
All right, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion concerning the minutes? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, none opposed. The motion carries unanimously. That brings us to policy for first reading. Item A, policy 523.6, employee identification badges. Are there any committee members that have any questions for this policy? Yep, go ahead, Dr. Kieser.
Reflecting on the policy, the one suggestion I would have is at taking out the cost per badge and just simply saying additional identification badge requests will have a cost to the employee, and then we can put that cost into the employee handbook. So in case cost for supplies goes up or down, we can make those adjustments accordingly.
Okay, I have no issue with that. Is there a committee member that has an issue with Dr. Kieser's recommendation? All right, hearing none, I assume everyone is fine with that. I just have a couple questions. So at the top, the bracketed information, duplicated employee handbook, that's just a note that won't appear in the final policy, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then just a question for curiosity with the required identification. Are you aware of any current pushback with employees not currently wearing the identification badges? This may be an issue that needs to be addressed, or is there no pushback that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve Policy 523.6, employee identification badges with the changes that have been noted?
I just had a question.
Yep, go ahead.
So with the extra charge for additional badges, that only applies to lost or stolen, correct? Like if let's say that I don't know what it entails into the badges, if you have like a location where they're at, or if they get promoted and the title has to be changed, or if a picture has to be changed, or a name has to be changed, any of those changes would not apply an additional cost to the staff member, would it?
That's a great question, Board Member Delgado. No, there wouldn't be a charge for replacing it because of a location change or a name change or anything like that, including if, for instance, it gets snapped in half or something like that because of wear and tear. We wouldn't have that. But I see Ms. Armstrong coming up, so I'm missing something.
I just wanted to clarify, there is no charge if it's lost or stolen. That is the line ahead of it. It would only be if they're asking for a duplicate because they don't like their picture, they've done something that has changed it. If it's broken because it snaps off, there's no charge. And as Dr. Keyser had said, no changes in buildings or positions would result in a charge to the employee. It's mostly in the situation where they are requesting either a second one, because some of them like to have multiple lanyards and not have to change them, or they don't like their picture, want to have it redone, then there would be a charge to it. We don't collect a lot of fees on additional ID badges.
Okay, Dr.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that.
Okay. How would we succinctly outline that in policy? What incidences? I think it may be best to just say what will cause a charge instead of listing all the things that won't.
Right. I think that in that first line, it says you will not be charged for a lost or stolen. And then the next line says any additional identification badges will be charged. I think unless you want to clarify what additional ID badges is, if any time your name changes or your building changes, that you're always going to be getting a new ID every year with your new location and your new change.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so are all committee members, Dr. Keyser, comfortable with the policy with the adjustments that we stated, and then just knowing that that clarification is included in that last section? All right, perfect. If yes, I'm looking for a motion to approve policy 523.6 for first reading to the full board.
So moved.
Second.
All right, there is a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to policy 524, employee gifts / solicitation. So first, I'll open the floor to any committee members. We'll check in with Dr. Keyser, and then I will provide the feedback that I have written down. So Board Member Delgado or Anderson, are there any questions or comments for this policy? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Keyser, do you have any adjustments?
No adjustments, just the recommendation to move this policy into the employee handbook.
Okay. So that note is there, and again, that's just a note for clerical review that will not be included in the final motion. My only concern with this policy is what about like teacher, secretary, admin, appreciation gifts, recognition, Valentine's Day, end of the year, etc. It says the Board of Education discourages the giving of gifts to or the receiving of gifts by employees. I know end of the school year, I got my kids' teachers' gift cards. It's been a rough year. But according to this policy as written, that would be frowned upon. And my other concern is I know that it doesn't happen frequently, but sometimes there will be a request that goes out if anyone would like to donate to schools' prize closets to recognize students if they had, student of the week or a good day or et cetera. And I don't think that should be frowned upon. Are there recommendations for changing the verbiage to accommodate those instances? Or are there reasons why those instances should not be accommodated that I'm missing?
And I'll open it up as well to Ms. Armstrong or Ms. Beavers, who've had more history in the district. As I understand the spirit of the policy, it is really targeted to those individuals who may be in a position to be purchasing or influencing the outcome of a purchase for the district, and not to necessarily be all-encompassing for the examples that you gave, like giving as a thank you gift at the end of the year to your children's teachers and so forth. So that was my understanding of the history of and the spirit behind what the policy is trying to target. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Attorney.
I am not, if someone's speaking, I'm not hearing it. I heard Attorney Love and then nothing else.
Thank you. Thank you. That is because my mic was not on. Could you offer some verbiage? I love the way the second part, it is very explicit in spelling out no gift shall be given or received for the purpose of influencing, etc. But we don't want to discourage if a parent or guardian or family would like to give a teacher appreciation gift or secretary admin, or if there's like a donation to a prize closet, etc., that a school may be requesting. Do you have any recommended verbiage so we can not throw the baby out with the bathwater?
Well, I think you could eliminate the first sentence, which says you're discouraging the giving of gifts, and then rely on the more specific second paragraph and leave the third paragraph in because that has to do with acting as an agent or soliciting. And then it cross-references 840, which is public gifts to the schools. And my thinking is that what you're talking about, donations for the school, are covered under 840. So you wouldn't need any additional language other than that reference.
I think that's perfect. Do any committee members or Dr. Kiesers have any objections to striking that first sentence? And so this policy would start with no gift shall.
No problem.
Okay. All right, Secretary Shope, did you get that? Perfect. All right. Is there a motion to approve policy 524, employee gifts / solicitation, as amended?
I just have a question before we move on. I'm just trying to understand the last sentence. If there's any context to that, why that's included.
Certainly, Board Member Delgado. So the last paragraph, the no employees. So if an employee were in a position where they were working part-time for us and part-time for another entity that we do business with, this is saying that you couldn't act as an agent on both halves, as my understanding. And Ms. Armstrong is at the podium to give some further context.
Yes, thank you. And you're absolutely correct, Dr. Kieser. That is the context of not acting outside of the scope of their role. But we're also, there was some reference years past that there were a lot of solicitations going on for side businesses. 31s, they'd say, hey, everybody come buy a 31 bag or do this during the school day, and saying these are school supplies that you could purchase. And so they were saying you should not be acting as an agent in another business while you're doing school work on the school site.
Do you know if that?
Okay, thank you.
Do you know if that is spelled out on the employee handbook side, an example given so people could put that into context?
We don't have that as a specific example.
Okay. And I know we don't have purview over the employee handbook, but I think it would be helpful to give an example so employees know exactly what the expectation is.
Right. And I do, just for the record, I do want to clarify, that does not mean that a parent or someone can't bring their students' fundraiser in. It's when you're acting as an agent to sell another object that's the problem, that the district has, is bringing in separate businesses into the workplace here.
So you had me until that last statement, because I thought that was all included and we were saying no thank you to that. So if I sell Avon,
Yep,
I can't, and I'm also a teacher for the district, I can't, while I'm on the clock, pass out my Avon brochures.
correct.
But if my child is selling something for Cub Scouts,
Yep.
I can bring in that form and share that with
You can,
colleagues.
I wouldn't say you can walk around and share that, but you could put it in a teacher's lounge. You could put it somewhere there if you wanted. That's what we have allowed in the past. If that wants to be revisited, we obviously can, but we didn't want to inhibit people being able to do those fundraisers for schools, for their students.
Okay, so what if there's a clarity? Is the spirit of this saying fundraisers are okay, but additional streams of income will not be supported?
Yes, I think that is exactly the context we were trying to put into this when that decision was made.
Okay. Attorney Love, I'm calling on you again. What is an efficient way to express that fundraisers are allowed, additional streams of income, that type of solicitation is not allowed?
Just give me a second. I'm going to wordsmith here.
Absolutely.
If we say no employee of the school district of Beloit shall act as a formal agent or solicitor for the sale of books, supplies, or school equipment to be utilized by the district, nor shall an employee solicit for any secondary employment.
Could we say streams of income? Because when I hear that, I think, like, if I have a second job, I can't recruit at my current job for my second job.
Okay, so
Can I interject? It's maybe,
Please.
what if we say for shall not solicit for personal gain?
that's where I was going, is if we could say that there was a personal gain to the employee. Because the fundraiser wouldn't be a personal gain, it would be a gain to another organization.
Okay. Attorney Love, do you think it's appropriate to add as a last sentence that fundraising that does not distract from the workday is permissible?
Yeah, I was going, what I had drafted was that this policy shall not restrict fundraising that does not interfere with the performance of the job.
Secretary Shope, do you need anything repeated? Okay. Do you mind repeating the end of that policy back to us?
Sure.
So for the last paragraph, I have, no employee of the school district of Beloit shall act as a formal agent or solicitor for the sale of books, supplies, or school equipment to be utilized by the district, nor shall an employee solicit for personal gain. This policy shall not restrict fundraising I missed the transition word. I'm sorry, Attorney Love, did you say that so long as it does not interfere with?
Provided it does not
Provide,
interfere with the employee's or so long as it does not occur, Now I'm thinking, you don't want the employee to be able to do fundraising at all, or it's just during work time?
I would say so long as it doesn't interfere with the employee's job responsibilities. If you're on your break and you throw a brochure in the break room I think we can leave that to people's best judgment, and if something becomes egregious, then someone can have a conversation with the employee. But I'm comfortable with so long as it doesn't interfere with the employee's job responsibilities.
I would suggest that you say, so long as it does not occur in work areas or on work time. That would then, they would still be able to engage in fundraising in like a break room, as long as it's during their break. But you want to restrict them so they're not doing it during their working time or someone else's working time. And so when you say it doesn't occur in the work areas, then they won't be interfering with other people's work either.
I'm fine with that. Committee members, Dr. Kieser?
That works.
Okay. Secretary Shope, could you read back that final sentence, please?
Yes. This policy shall not restrict fundraising so long as it does not occur in work areas or on work time.
Perfect. All right. Good work, everyone. Is there a motion to approve policy 524, employee, no? Yep. Employee gifts / solicitation as amended?
So moved.
I'll provide a second. Oh, okay, thank you. Spencer came through with the second. Is there any discussion on this motion?
I would like to make a clarification.
Please.
So the original motion that was recommended was that this policy was going to be deleted because it was going to be moved into the employee handbook per the advice of Attorney Love, who reviewed it. So I'm just clarifying that instead of deleting it, you're recommending the revisions as they were discussed and then the layover for first reading.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion on policy 524?
So are we still moving it to the employee handbook or not?
It would be a duplication in the employee handbook, similar to policy 523.6.
Okay.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next, that brings us to policy 526, personnel records. Now, the recommendation here is not to duplicate, but to move to the employee handbook. Is there a reason we would not want this in policy and to duplicate this in the employee handbook? Attorney Love, was this your recommendation to move to the employee handbook, or is that someone else's?
I think that the maintaining of personnel records is essentially dictated by law. And so recognizing what the policy is appropriate in the handbook. I don't think that that you need to have it as a policy statement adopted by the board. But it could just be a duplication if that's your preference.
Okay. And I won't speak for other board members, but let you go first. So Board Member Delgado, or Board Member Anderson, do you have any issues with maintaining the personnel records policy in policy and having it also duplicated for the handbook?
Is that something where board members would even have a say? I mean, I think that that's something normally that administration would, take care of and carry over, rather than really board members. I honestly do not see why we can't move it to the employee handbook when, I would not want anything to do with medical records for personnel.
So we wouldn't have anything to do with the medical records. That would be inappropriate. But this is just having this outlined in policy of how employee records are to be handled. Board Member Anderson, could you share your thoughts?
I'm not opposed to just duplicating it in the employee handbook also. I mean, if it's a policy that the school district's following, we can have it in both places. I don't see an issue with it.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there a motion to approve policy 526, personnel records for layover to the full board for first reading, with the amendment listed?
So just for clarification, so are we moving the policy to stay on both sides, or are we moving it with the recommendation of Attorney Love?
So I and Board Member Anderson seem to be on board with duplicating this policy, keeping it in policy, and also listing it with the employee handbook. So my question was, is there a motion to approve policy 526 with the included amendment for layover to the full board for first reading?
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? I will provide a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
Nay.
All right, thank you so much. The motion carries with a 2-1 vote. All right, next with the switch, that would actually take us to E, policy 529.1, recognized holidays. Board members Delgado or Spencer, do you have any questions or adjustments to this policy? And then we'll come to you, Dr. Kieser. Okay, hearing none. Hearing none, Dr. Kieser, go ahead.
So with the recent signing of Juneteenth as a federal holiday, I have a couple of recommendations. One, to include Juneteenth in the list and changing it from 11 to 12 paid holidays each year. And then the asterisk, changing the language of that asterisk to say all holidays that fall within an employee group's calendar as work days will be paid for the holiday. It's more succinct and it accomplishes the same objective as what we had in there.
Okay, and I am completely fine with that. My notes were kind of asking the same thing about calendar. That seemed a bit confusing. And I definitely agree, Juneteenth needs to be included, which would bring our paid holidays for 12-month employees from 11 to 12. Ms. Shope, were you able to document the changes that Dr. Kieser recommended?
Everything except the sentence, if you could repeat it one more time so I can get the end of it.
I have it written down. I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Perfect. And as Dr. Kieser is doing that, Attorney Love, I see that per state statute 995.20 is removed. I pulled it up, and there seems to be some holidays that we acknowledge on our list and then additional items as well. Is that why it was removed, because it's not congruent with our current list?
Well, and it doesn't specifically apply. You know, the state recognizes certain holidays, but that state statute doesn't explicitly limit you or spell out holidays for other employers.
Perfect. All right, Secretary Shope, whenever you're ready, could you read back that change towards the bottom of the policy with the red information that's lined out, please?
All holidays that fall within an employee group calendar as workdays will be paid for the holiday.
Perfect. Attorney Love, are there any issues with that verbiage?
No, that's fine.
Okay. So just to recap, we will have the change to the policy that Dr. Kieser provided that Ms. Shope just read back for us. And there will be an increase from 11 paid holidays to 12 for all employees on a 12-month calendar. Is there a motion to approve policy 529.1, recognized holidays, as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Perfect. There is a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on policy 529.1? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. That brings us up to item D of section 2, policy 527, employee general conduct procedure. I will open the floor to my other two committee members, and then we'll hear from Dr. Kieser, and then I have a few questions. So board members Delgado or Anderson, do you have any questions or comments for policy 527?
The one I have is, so the one change that we have in there is in writing. Was it just kind of implied that before that it's just going to be done in writing or by verbal communication, or is there?
So I'm added the suggestion in writing so that there was clarity in terms of what the complaint was. In having conversations with others within the district around updates to this, sometimes when a complaint is left in a voicemail and it is jumbled, there's not clarity, or if it is only communicated verbally and accurate notes aren't taken at the time, then it leads to what was the actual nature of the complaint and the specific remedy that's being sought. So by putting in writing, it just eliminates ambiguity as to what is the specific complaint and what is the actual remedy that's being sought.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson, did you have any questions or concerns?
Is there any follow-up after a resolution has been provided for the concern?
That's included in the policy?
Within the policy?
Item 9, initial investigator will issue written findings to the complainant and the superintendent within 10 days. The letter will indicate when the resolution will be rendered. And then it talks about if there's not an issue, it goes to the Board of Education, and then within 10 days, to the board within 30 days, and the decision of the board shall be final in all cases.
I read that, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, we're going to be issuing what the findings were in writing. Like, do we have any type of interaction with the complainant as far as, is this resolution meets your, what your complaint was about, or any type of follow-up after that, finding it's been, given, to make sure that we have, we have put closure to that complaint?
Well, it says in the policy at the bottom, if the parent or guardian or employee is not satisfied with the result of the decision, either may appeal to the superintendent within 10 days, and if satisfaction is not reached, then they can reach out to the board within 30 days. So I guess the follow-up would be the onus would be on the person who is not satisfied with the finding, that they do have a remedy to address that. Does that address your concern?
I suppose.
I can add on to that a little bit if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
There is actually a grievance policy, or a grievance process, I should say. And so there are mechanisms in place that if an employee doesn't agree with a decision, they have certain steps that they can go through. So the first step is really to find resolution at the building level. And then if they don't find resolution at that level, the next step then is at the district level, the superintendent level, and then as far as the board or an independent hearing officer. So what we do in those cases is when we're writing our findings, we include what that process includes, what the next step is, and so that employee has an opportunity to put in writing the request to go to the next step for that grievance process. Sorry.
No, thank you so much. I have a couple questions. So it seems like there are multiple tracks for complaints. And so this one clearly says, let me find it, that it's not for discrimination or harassment. So this would be complaints outside of that. But I don't see any cross listings at the end, and I think it's a good idea to cross-list any policy that addresses a grievance complaint, like the one you just identified.
Yep.
So everyone is clear which process they should be following and what the expected outcomes are. And that may further clarify Board Member Delgado's questions about kind of what happens when and what's the follow-up. A couple questions on this specific policy. So we opened with, the process does not apply to complaints for discrimination or harassment, and this process applies to all complaints filed by members of the school community. So who is included in the school community? Is that employees, or do they follow a separate? Is that community members who have a complaint about an employee? I think it would be helpful if we identify who is the school community and who should be following which complaint process. And I know we're kind of on the spot with this, and we may need to hold off on this until we get more clarity. But what other policies are there that specifically address grievances that need to be cross-listed?
So can I take a couple steps back? So when you're defining
Absolutely.
the school community, in our anti-harassment policy, we do define who we do or who can bring complaints forward. So if we're looking at consistency, we may want to look at that language and include that same language to define who those groups would be. We can get the policy language for you for the grievances. I don't have it at my fingertips right now that outlines that process, but actually our handbook language outlines that process.
Committee members, I know that at our last meeting, we want to keep a focus on working efficiently. And it sounds to me, I'm open to pushback though, that we may need a couple more resources to really go through this policy and do it correctly. So the first thing that I'm hearing is that we need a clear understanding of who is included in the school community. And it sounds like that work is already documented somewhere else and we don't want to reinvent the wheel. I would also like to review this policy in conjunction with any similar policies that outline the grievance process to make sure that we are being consistent. Are there any objections to postponing this review of this policy to our next meeting, which would be Wednesday, July 7th?
I am okay with that.
I am too.
Okay, Dr. Kieser?
No problem.
Okay, perfect. Is there a motion to postpone the review of policy 527, employee general conduct procedure, until our next policy and personnel committee meeting, which will be Wednesday, June 7th?
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. There is a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Oh, thank you so much, Ms. Armstrong. Apparently I said June 7th, which we are past. We would be postponing this until our next meeting, which is Wednesday, July 7th. My apologies. All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, perfect. The motion carries unanimously. So that brings us to item 3, personnel items. Committee members, Dr. Kieser, is there anything that would cause us to go into closed session? I don't have anything.
No.
All right, hearing none, we will remain in open. So first we'll look at Exhibit A. Committee members, do you have any questions or concerns with employee recommendations, Exhibit A?
I just have a question.
Please.
And it's on the new employments for 2021, 2022. There's two positions that were given, one for Bullimore and the other one for Cunningham, to special ed ID teacher. And they have like different wages. Is there a reason why there's like different, what is the different wages for that when they're starting a position that is pretty much similar?
I'm sorry, I guess.
There's the last two on that section.
Was this under the rehire retain section?
New employees.
The new employees?
These two. I'm going to assume this.
So at Memorial, there's a special ed
Okay.
teacher slated for 45.5 and a Cunningham special ed ID teacher for 43.
Sure. So when we look at our salary matrix for professional educators, what we do is we pull the comparables of what staff are currently making in our district. Looking at this, I think the one staff member that is hired on at 43,000, that is the first salary step of that matrix. The one that is hired in at the 45.5, I'd have to look back at the recommendation form, but just looking at this, there's probably years of experience that were taken into consideration when we pulled the comparables.
Thank you.
All right, Board Member Anderson, do you have any questions or concerns with Employee Recs Exhibit A?
I do not.
Okay, I just have a couple comments.
Okay.
The first one is under new employees when it says Tech Ed PLTW. I just wanted to confirm that that stands for Project Lead the Way. Is that accurate?
I believe so.
Okay, so just in case if anyone's listening at home and that was unclear if you're reviewing the documents. And then just a request, where it says no change in salary, if we could list those salaries and then in just moving forward, nobody has to go back and correct anything, but list those salaries and then in parentheses, no change.
Yep.
And then actually Board Member Jacobs reached out with a concern for the support portion of the employee recs. And just to paraphrase, Dr. Kieser, please jump in if I get anything wrong. It's my understanding for some of these positions, the board approved starting pay. And what's listed is slightly different. So off, or not off, but a difference of $1 per hour. It's my understanding, I won't say that now, that for salaried employees, for all of those positions, we have ranges. Is there a reason that we don't have ranges for hourly employees?
So we don't necessarily have ranges for all salaried employees. So when you look at our professional educators who are also salaried, there's actually a matrix for that employee group. So we do have employee groups that have an hourly amount, and then we have other employee groups that do have ranges. So our administrative group does have ranges, but we do have others that just have the hourly.
Okay, so administrators who are on salary, for the most part, have salary ranges. Non-administrators who are salaried employees, do they have ranges or do you use an approved matrix?
So that is an approved matrix, and
Okay.
that was a tool that was developed by BEA and board approved.
Perfect. So my question is, and then mixed in with my concern, it's my understanding, Dr. Kieser, correct me if I don't have this right, that the board approved starting salaries of, I believe, $20. So in the case where we have a couple that are at 21, which was the question that Board Member Jacobs had, Dr. Kieser's response was, yes, that was the starting salary that was approved, but there wasn't a cap. And then that got me to thinking. So under that theory, you could offer $30 an hour if we're saying that the board approved 20 but didn't provide a cap. So are you open, and Dr. Kieser, please be a part of this conversation, to having a range so we can address board members' concerns that something other than the specific amount that was approved is showing up, but I still want to be respectful to administration's ability to have some room to work in.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. And so in approving the starting hourly pay, we also are looking at the individual and the experience, very much like we do with our salaried employees. Their experience, their skills, or if some of them require certifications or advanced certifications, all of those things come into play. And our hourly pay has always been one where it was a starting, but not an upper end. And in part, and I'll defer to Ms. Armstrong and Ms. Williams to give a little bit more clarity as far as hourly is concerned. My fear by putting a range is that if someone tops out and the industry has an hourly pay that goes beyond that, we potentially could lose and not retain high-quality employees. But
And I would like to take that moment. When we talk about the administrative ranges, those were very specifically worded. It was a hot topic at the time with the board. Those are recruitment ranges. Those are not caps of the high end. That's just a recruitment range. So I would not necessarily be opposed to saying these are our recruitment ranges, but I don't want to get stuck on those are the cap of what an employee can make in those groups, because that was a specific word request from the board at the time to make those staffing ranges for recruitment. So We do not have those at hourly. We have the starting wage, and then when they're advertised in the rate, it says the starting salary is, say, $20 an hour, and will depend on experience. And so then we start looking at comparables the same way we do with professional educators with what's in our groups.
So here's what I'm balancing as the chair. I want to be respectful to my colleagues on the board that are interested from the way I'm interpreting their questions in either having a salary range or a matrix, which I support because it gives you leeway to do what you need to do to fill the spots, but it also has that accountability. It has reproducibility. We know what ballpark we're in. So I am open to recommendations. But let me ask you this. How much energy would it take to develop either a range or a matrix, and I defer to the administration, so that we have reproducibility when we're talking about salaries?
And this would be one of the topics that is part of the RFP and the total compensation package that we've just finished working to get the signed agreement with the RFP respondent that is willing to do the total comp review and equity for total benefits that came in under $30,000 for them to do that study. So we expect to be starting that very soon. And they would then be able to identify at this point what those average the marketplace, what is the average comp for this area in both private and public sector, and do a review of all of ours. So I think that is, to go to the long answer, I think that's where we're headed, is getting those ranges and a certain salary structure in place that fits the need of all of our employee groups. Because just coming up with an hourly matrix, we have many different classifications of employees, such as trades to secretarial to paraprofessionals. I would not feel comfortable putting them all on the same matrix. So we would need to be looking at those employee groups to determine those ranges.
Okay. And here's my additional concern is I don't want this to be a catch-22 like with the coaches. Yep. So if we approve this and then we get that matrix, but then we still feel we're beholden to what we approved because it was outside of the matrix and we want to keep it even. So that's the issue I'm finding myself in. Board members, committee members, what are your thoughts on approval of this support category to move on for a further discussion at the full board? Because, like I said, there is a board member that had a concern that the number is different than what was approved by the board. And I think those conversations need to happen about caps or no caps and ranges, because you said something that I didn't realize with the administration salaries, that those were recruitment ranges, but not caps. I thought the top of the range was the cap. So I think this is a conversation for the full board, but Board Member Delgado and Board Member Anderson, what are your thoughts?
I would agree to move it to the full board and do some more discussion about that.
I would also, because we had one board member outside of the committee that expressed concern about this very topic, so I would think it'd be fair to take it to the full board.
Sounds good. Okay, so let's stick a pin in Exhibit A. What I would like to do is approve Exhibits A and B together, and then I will pull them off of the consent agenda so we can update the full board on what we discussed. So moving to, actually the second, I did have a question on the second page of Exhibit A. Under support staff on that second page for the alternative ed secretary, it says that it's changed to a year-round calendar that was a 220. So that sounds like to me, unless I'm missing something, that you're going from a 220 to approximately a 260 Is that accurate?
So a 52-week, which is approximately, I think, 260 days.
Okay. So my question is, how is there no change in salary if you have an employee that's working an additional 40 days? So the equivalent of 2 additional months.
Yeah, so do you want to talk about daily rates, Jillian? Okay, thanks.
So the secretaries are hourly employees, so her hourly rate would not change. With the change, she will just be paid for more days. So there would be a change in total compensation, but we're not changing her rate.
Okay. So, and bless you. And no blame assigned, but for me, that is more ambiguous than I would like it to be. Because I see that as a change in pay. Your hourly rate is staying the same, but you're getting more hours. So I would like to have that is not a no change. If we could have that up, and I think it may be helpful, like I said, to include salaries, because that is a change.
Yep. we
All
can
right.
do that.
And then my final question on the second page of Exhibit A, just out of an abundance of caution, I see 5 retirements in the area of special ed teachers. Should we be concerned?
So we dug into this a little bit this week, and this is where we capture why people are leaving when we're collecting our quarterly data and presenting that to the board. And when we updated our resignation reasons, it's capturing why people are leaving. So we're getting better at that. We're able to find what the trends are and hone in on that and get in front of that. So I don't know offhand specifically the reasons. I think a couple of these were relocations.
Oh, and let me interrupt you only because that's not where I was going. Like,
Okay.
I don't need, I view that as a personal decision. If someone needs to leave their employment, I totally get it.
Sure.
But my question is, we have 5 special education teachers leaving. Are our recruitment efforts matching our resignations? Are we in danger of having a shortage? Just, should we be concerned? Ms. Beavers is nodding, shaking her head no. Okay, so we're okay? All right, that was my only question. Before we move on to Exhibit B, committee members, do you have any questions on that second page? Hearing none, we will move. And my only concern, which is a repeat, is my disclaimer. Those effective dates are troubling to me. The effective dates are April 8th, and we are past 2 months out. And this is not the first time we're seeing this. So my question is, if someone could provide an estimate of how many more super delinquent employee recs we'll need to review, is the cutoff tied to the end of the fiscal year? Will we have seen all of these by June 30th? What is the status of these?
So I confirmed with our finance department, and we shouldn't see any more addendums coming through. So, yep, through the end of the fiscal year, we shouldn't see any. I do want to share, though, that this year was a little clunky with COVID. And so at the beginning of a year, normal year, in air quotes, we actually send out a memo at the beginning of the year with the deadlines for addendums, so our leaders have a timeline of when they should be submitting those. So next year, we shouldn't see such delinquency when submitting the addendums and then bringing those to the board.
Perfectly. And then what is a normalized timeline for when an addendum is submitted on time and when it is reviewed by the board? Is that 2 weeks? Is that?
I don't think we've ever put parameters in place. I would like to see, personally, I think within 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay. And I don't think we need to be formal and outline anything, but if that could be like an administrative reg, that's kind of the culture that you all are creating, I know I would appreciate it.
You bet.
All right, perfect. Are there any questions or concerns with Exhibit B? All right. while I have you up here, we don't obviously approve Exhibit 1A, but I did have a couple questions.
Sure.
And then we can go ahead and make our motion for Employee Recs Exhibit A and B. Again, thank you for providing this because I think it's a step in the right direction and it's helpful. My concern is that for 15, if I count it correctly, of the interview committees, there is one Hispanic male. So my question is that the same person serving on all 15 committees?
Because of the volume of what we were advertising for the facility engineers and the groundskeepers, it was 4 days of interviews. So it was the same panel interviewing all the candidates within those 4 days, trying to get commitments from people to serve on a 4-day. We had multiple positions and plenty of applicants. So yes, it is the same panel, other than the lead groundskeeper that had another individual. We were also limited in some of our ability to get staff to serve on that committee because they were either applying for the position or they had knowledge of an applicant in that position, so they were saying they were not comfortable serving on the committee. So that limited in many scopes how many people could commit and what we could get for a team.
Okay. And would you categorize this as atypical then, what you're describing? This isn't the norm?
Absolutely. I would not be advertising and filling 7 positions, 8 positions at one time,
Okay.
other than bringing in those services in-house July 1.
Perfect. So the only comment that I have is that we know all people who share the same racial identity are not a monolith. So I get this was atypical, but we don't want to repeat the same people because we want racial and ethnic diversity, but we also want diversity of perspectives. And so I just wanted to leave us with that. Are there any questions or concerns, committee members, with Exhibit A1? All right, hearing none. Is there a motion to approve employee recs, both A and B, to the full board?
So moved.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, great. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. That brings us to item 4, meeting closing. Our next meeting, if the policies for restructuring are approved, which I expect that they will be, but I don't want to make any assumptions, will be Wednesday, July 7th, time to be determined. And just a heads up with our new restructuring schedule, if it is approved, policy and personnel will be transferring to policy, and we will meet on the first Wednesday of the month. All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Perfect. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Were you able to log on to SDB before you took off? Do you want to?
Oh, yeah, that would be good. Now, only question. In order
You guys are still broadcasting.
Oh, okay.
That mic is on. Oh, my,
Miss Miller, can you hear me?
We can,
Yes.
Ms. Jacobs.
Beautifully.
Oh, yay. Thank you. Just checking. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Lovely to see you this evening.
You as well.
Good evening. We are experiencing a small technical issue, so we're going to wait about 2 minutes to give Ms. Schulp time to get ready for our meeting, and then we will begin shortly. Thanks for your patience. All right, thank you very much. Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order here at 7:05 p.m. At this time, Ms. Schulp, could we please get a roll call?
Anderson,
Present.
Delgado,
Present.
Jacobs,
Here.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Sean Levy,
Present.
and Miller,
Present.
and Wong is absent from the meeting. I have Anderson, Miller, and Levy, Sean in the boardroom.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin this evening with a public announcement. The Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You may watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date, which is June 22nd, 2021. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation, and I would like to remind our board members and others speaking to remember to speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. So that moves us into the approval of the agenda. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the agenda at this time?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the agenda at this time? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you. That brings us next to the Pledge of Allegiance. Board Member Anderson will be leading us in the pledge this evening. If we could all please rise for the pledge. Thank you, Board Member Anderson. At this time, that brings us to our announcements. Vice President Levy, would you please read our announcements for us this evening?
Here are the announcements for June 22nd, 2021. The Welty Environmental Center collaborated with the School District of Beloit and other partners to receive funding for 3 years that will provide training in the geosciences for the School District of Beloit teachers and pre-service teachers studying at Beloit College. It supports middle and high school environmental science activities using Big Hill Park as a field site and the Welty Center as a location for workshops and presentations. The grant also provides funding for STEM summer camps for youth on the autism spectrum. This grant is a perfect example of working together and collaboratively for our community and students. Congratulations to Ms. Kimberly Woodkey, advisor of the Gender Sexuality Alliance, GSA Club, at McNeil Intermediate School, and the GSA Club on their recent recognition and award from Yellow Brick Road Organization. McNeil Intermediate School's GSA Club was awarded Youth Organization of the Year, and Ms. Woodkey with Yellow Brick Road Leader of the Year. The School District of Beloit is expanding its dual language immersion program to include Converse Elementary at the start of the 2021-2022 school year. This program follows the two-way immersion model, which affords students whose first or dominant language is Spanish the support they need to access the curriculum more comprehensively. This program also affords students whose first or dominant language is not Spanish to learn the language while still learning grade-level curriculum. We are the only district in Rock County and one of only 12 districts in the state of Wisconsin to be approved to carry the seal of biliteracy. Every Wednesday through August 18th, we will provide 5-day meal packs of breakfast and lunch at all our elementary schools. Pickup is between 11 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. In addition, we are also providing 1-day breakfast and lunch meal pickup at Hackett, Merrill, Robinson, Cunningham, Fruzen, and Blount Memorial High School between 11 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. As always, these meals are available to all children in our community from the ages 1 to 18. Congratulations to all our retirees this year. We thank you for your combined 472 years of service. You have made a difference in the lives of our students, staff, and district. This concludes the announcements for tonight.
Thank you so much, Vice President Levy. Some really great news in tonight's announcements. At this time, we are at item number 3, citizen input. Is there anybody in attendance who would like to provide a public comment this evening?
I do not have any cards.
Is there anybody who has written into our email by chance, Ms. Schultz?
Not that I'm finding.
All right, it's sounding like we don't have any public comment for this evening, so we will move on to item 4, which is our superintendent report. Go ahead, and Dr. Kieser.
Thank you, Board President Miller. So this evening, I wanted to take another opportunity to share with the board and the community the updates around our plans for the fall. As I mentioned last time, I shared my goal, my rationales for why I think we can bring everyone back next fall, 5 days in person for our district. And I am foreshadowing on July 6th board meeting that I will be bringing back all of this information with a formal ask of the board to approve that goal and the authority for myself and the administrative team to make that goal a reality for beginning that evening. So tonight I'm going to share some feedback, as I promised last time, getting stakeholder feedback. And so what I'll be sharing is family, staff, and administrative feedback. The administrative feedback just concluded today, so this will be fresh, and I have uploaded that additional information onto board docs for the community to take a look at, and I will be bringing that back on July 6th for the ask. So there will be time for the community to dig into that data. So just as a summary, because I'll be going through 2 different documents here, the school planning survey results, we had a survey that went out both in English and Spanish, and you can see the total responses that we received. The questions asked in holistic fashion, what are the children and what levels were they attending? So if you were to add up all of the totals, they will end up being slightly different because some families have more than one child attending school, but we can see that we have a pretty good cross-section of elementary, intermediate, and high school representation. We asked, where for term 4 did your students attend school? So as you can see in both situations, both in the survey done in English and the survey done in Spanish, the majority of respondents had students attending in the cohort model. And then a few that were in distance learning, the 4 days a week, and then the lesser amount was attending Beloit virtual school. Question 3, I broke into 2 different slides simply because of the number of options. So looking at the different mitigation factors that we utilized and I presented on last time, I asked select as many or all, as many options as you feel are important to you. For the survey that was done in English, we can see that access to the hand sanitizers and room cleaning was a clear ask for everyone, followed by access to COVID testing and contact tracing. And so as we take a look at the results, it was pretty even between all of them, with the hand sanitizer and room clean resources being number one. In our results that in our survey done in Spanish, it is laid out in the exact same fashion. So if you do not read Spanish, you can go between the two slides and you can pair them up. Again, our access to hand sanitizer was near the top, but just out edging that was the masks being available, or masks for all universal vaccinations being optional. Those two were the top go-getters. And then social distancing to the maximum extent possible was our third one there. And then our final question that we asked was in reference to the goal that I placed out there: in person 5 days a week, sticking with a cohort model, or attending Beloit virtual school. We can see that for the responses for the survey done in English, we had just over 84% select in person 5 days a week. And for the survey that was done in Spanish, just over 70%. So aggregate, it's just over 80% responses when you combine the two together. That was from our families. When we take a look at that laid against our staff and our administrators, I had 3 sessions that I had available to all staff before they left for summer. So I had a morning session, an after-school session, and a lunchtime session, so that I would have opportunities for staff to participate, which would fit within their workday. We had over 200 participants, and in this I did the exact same types of questions in terms of mitigation factors and the goals. Here I just asked in terms of their agreement or disagreement with the overarching goal. I did not ask about going back to the cohort model with the staff. As you can see here, we had 231 people respond. There was not 100% of people who attended responded, but almost all of them did. But 231 responses. I highlighted the top mitigation factors that were important to the staff, and you can see the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday sessions. So you can see how it broke out for each of the sessions, and then the aggregate total. And it falls almost in line with where the family survey was, with access to COVID testing, contact tracing, hand sanitizer. And here, differing from families, was access to the UV filtration. And I will say that in consultation with facilities, the UV filtration is the standard that we put in with all of our health rooms, but there are things like MERV 13 filtration, which is actually better than UV filtration. So I will amend my responses now and moving forward that I would say UV filtration or better for air handling, and using our federal funds to secure that would be my goal and my commitment. For the staff, in relation to the goal of 5 days, 5-day week for everyone in person, 84% supported working towards that goal. And then when I worked with administration, giving them an opportunity to come together as a stakeholder group, I had 2 meetings for them this week, Monday and Tuesday. And again, same slide deck as I presented to the board. So staff and administration saw the same slide deck unaltered that I presented to the board last time. Asked them the same sets of questions. and very similar type responses in terms of what are the most important mitigation factors to make the goal achievable, and again, their response to the goal of 5 days in person for everyone. And so what I wanted to close out with is, as we move into these next couple of weeks, I want to foreshadow that my recommendation coming back on July 6th will be to ask that the board vote for the goal of returning all of our students to school this coming fall, 5 days in person for everyone, and have that be the standard by which we operate schools moving forward. In essence, returning ourselves back to as close to pre-pandemic conditions as possible, keeping in place those mitigation factors that are definitely important to all of our stakeholders, that being our families, our staff, and our administration, and being responsive to the changing guidance from the state and federal government, because we know that the county has retired its phased reopening guidance, so there is no established guidance at the county level. CDC most recently has said that they're looking at updating their guidance for schools nationwide, and we don't know if that will happen this week yet, next week, or even after the July 6th meeting. But know that the ask will be for the administration to have the authority to make that goal a reality, and then work within all of the guidance that we have and established policies, so that we can create a safe and healthy environment for our students and our staff going into next year. And I would include that being in holistic terms. So that would be for our clubs, our organizations, and our activities and athletics as well. So with that, I'll open it up to questions that board members may have, and I'll again use that as feedback in planning for the 6th.
So at this time, if you would like to offer up a question, comment, or any feedback to Dr. Kieser, if you could put a question mark in the chat. And if you think of something later, definitely feel free to email it so we can give him that feedback ahead of his July 6th presentation. Hearing none, I think I'd like to move on then on the agenda. Is then like kind of last call for questions, comments, or feedback? Oh, are you looking for, my apologies. Vice President Levy, go right ahead, please.
Like I said, so with the CDC's current recommendations and the 5 key mitigations, the consistent and correct use of masks, looking at the information that was presented, I see that many of the respondents did not list as one of their priorities masking. But because we, when you look at, a concern that I have as we're giving feedback is with this Delta variant, and when we think about that we serve students in 4K to 11 years old that are not yet, don't have access to vaccines. And I think that realistically, that's what parents are wanting to know, is what is the expectation on masking going forward?
I appreciate the question, and in terms of the key mitigation strategies, I still feel very strongly that from my presentation last time, that the right direction to move is that masks, where there is universal access to vaccinations, becomes a personal responsibility, and therefore I feel comfortable in saying that masks could be optional in those school environments. Currently, that only exists at the high school level. For schools that don't have universal availability to vaccinations for students and staff, then we would have masks that would still be required by students and staff in those environments. The reason being twofold. One, you mentioned in terms of the age ranges that aren't available for vaccination, so they still are at risk for COVID. And it is not a personal responsibility at that point because they don't have access to it. As adults, even though the CDC guidelines establish a floor saying that fully vaccinated individuals have the ability to choose in general public, we as the school district have the responsibility and the right to establish the rules that govern our buildings. And I would continue with our approach that I think has been well established, that while vaccinations are not universally accessible, we still would require masks by all individuals within those entities. So that's where I stand. That would be the expectation and commitment that I would be sharing with the community, with our staff, and with the board moving forward, even with the recommendation to vote at a high level and giving the authority to the administration, myself, in making that goal a reality.
Thank you, Vice President Levy. Did you have anything else? Yeah. Thank you very much. Board Member Anderson, followed by Board Member Levy.
So the question I would have for you is, if we do return back to a full 5-day or 5-day schedule, about transportation. So are we going to, what is that going to look like? Are we going to limit how many students are on the bus? Is there going to still be required social distancing of some kind? And if we are taking kids back 5 days a week, what kind of requirements are we looking at for the busing side of it, at least, to get the kids there?
Thank you, Board Member Anderson. So yes, in having a vote to make the goal, bringing everyone back, are of the 5 mitigation strategies that Vice President Levy had mentioned from the CDC, one of those being social distancing, and one of that, and as they state it now, distance to the extent possible. And I would modify that to say distance to the extent possible to allow for all students to come back. If the vote is to do that, is to make the reality, bringing everyone back, we would be working with Durham as well as with the city. I know that the city has modified its transportation, and we've had conversations with the city manager and the transportation department in terms of exploring additional options for transportation. But yes, we would have a plan that would allow for all of our students to come back transportation-wise. We would still also ask for families, if they have the ability to transport, that they do so, but we would be building plans for making sure that we can get all of our students back in person.
All right, thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Dr. Kieser, and thank you, Board Member Anderson. Board Member Levy?
So you're muted, Board Member Levy.
Thank you. So I have a few quick questions. Don't feel obligated to, in fact, I would prefer that you not answer this evening, but because I want you to be very thoughtful about the responses and then just incorporate them into your presentation on July 6th. So the first is, and I'll email these to you as well, but with respect to the Delta variant, I would like information on how vaccinated individuals may be negatively impacted by extended potential exposure to non-vaccinated individuals within the context of school. My second question that I would love for you to address in your future presentation is you mentioned in a separate conversation between the two of us, the idea of no exclusion for persons that are not vaccinated. So if there is, hopefully we won't have to deal with this, but if there is a COVID-19 outbreak once we return to school this fall, what are you proposing the district's response be or position on quarantining, and how will that be enforced if you hold the position of not excluding students or any individuals that have not been vaccinated? And then my third question is, do you envision contact tracing being handled differently for vaccinated versus unvaccinated individuals? And if that is the case, are vaccinations going to remain to be treated differently than immunizations, with requests to asking if someone is vaccinated or not? So my overall question is, how do you envision contact tracing looking in the fall? And will the response to an outbreak be different if someone has identified as vaccinated versus unvaccinated?
Thank you. I took some good notes, and I'll incorporate those for my presentation on the 6th.
Thank you.
Perfect. Are there any other board members who have questions or feedback for Dr. Kieser at this time for his July 6th presentation? Hearing none, I guess I was going to just email you, but I will just echo that I have some questions around the Delta variant as well, and just kind of how that factors into the range of decision making, for sure. It's definitely a concern. Thank you very much, board members, for your comments and questions and feedback at this time. I just want to take a moment to thank Dr. Kieser for taking the time to put that information together and to present it to us this evening. Thank you. At this time, that brings us to reports. Chair Wong is not here this evening to provide an update on Planning and Budget Committee. Is there anybody on his behalf that would like to provide any information?
So for the Planning and Budget Committee on Tuesday, June 1st, we've started off by thanking the Ad hoc Language Barrier Committee for their service, which I want to say again, thank you very much for what you've done. Then we covered an RFP for redoing Converse's hallways. We were told that they were original flooring yet, so we want to look at getting those redone. And then the main thing that we were discussed about was the Ford NGL learning phases 3 through 5. And we just asked that we postponed the decision, and we asked for more information to be provided to us in the next meeting. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Anderson. Definitely appreciate the report this evening. Oversight and Finance Committee, go ahead, please.
The Oversight and Finance Committee met on June 8th. We appointed Board Member Jacobs was appointed as Vice Chair. We reviewed the financial reports from April 2021, and the Strategic Planning Services by a 3-0 vote was moved on. It is on the consent agenda tonight.
Thank you very much, Chair Levy. Policy and Personnel, Chair Levy.
All right, I'm unmuted. So for Policy and Personnel Committee report, just to briefly recap, on Tuesday, May 25th, when the committee met, we spent most of our time on our restructuring policies. So that would be policies 171, regular board meeting, 185, standing board meeting, 185.1, which is proposed to evolve to Business Operations and Finance Committee. Policy 185.2, which is proposed to evolve to Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services. Also, Policy 185.4, which is proposed to evolve to Policy instead of Policy and Personnel. And then Policy 141.2, Board Officer Duties. When we met on Tuesday, June 8th, we covered Policy 185.5, which is the other half of Policy and Personnel, which will now be known as the Human Resource Committee, which will be a committee of the whole. That's the update for current policy and personnel. As far as the legislative update, I did submit my report today, so that will be uploaded soon. There are a lot of changes in what is moving through the education committees in the Assembly and on the Senate side. Lots of things that people may have particular interest in, so please make sure you read those summaries. If you want further information, use that link at the beginning and it will detail. Also, the senators who are the main authors of all of those actions are listed if you would like to contact their offices for more specific information. I will note that under executive appointments on the Senate side, I'm not sure if they're doing housekeeping things, but there are several, and I put it in red so it'll stand out. There are several appointments that are currently listed that weren't listed in previous months, but the terms have already expired. There are also some terms, and I've coded those in yellow, where the terms are expiring at the end of June of this year. And then anything that's traditionally in black, those have terms typically out to 2022. Only other legislative update, if you'll recall, we were originally scheduled to have our meeting with legislators this evening. Senator Bingham was the only senator that was available to meet with us virtually. So thank you, Dr. Keith, you and the team that are assisting, specifically Board Secretary. Special thank you to you in helping me to reschedule that in greater representation so that we can have dialogue, and our administrative team wanted to make a budget proposal so that our representatives are aware of what our district needs to be with respect to the budget.
Thank you so much for those reports. Board Member Levy, definitely appreciate it. At this time, we are on item number 6, which is our consent agenda. We need to exclude item F as it was not covered in the committee meeting tonight, and I did receive advance requests to remove for discussion items A and items M as in Mary. At this time, would board members like to remove any other? Oh, thank you very much, Board Member Jacobs. Noted. At this time, would board members like to remove any other items from the consent agenda? Go ahead, Board Member Levy.
Thank you. I just have a correction. If I am looking at the most up-to-date version, we're fine with item F, policy 529.1. It's actually item E that was postponed until our next policy meeting, which is policy 27, employee general conduct procedure.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So let me rephrase. At this time, oh, did you have anything else? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, one more. I would like to remove E because I have a question. So policy 185, standing board committee. And then with number M, just wanted to clarify exhibit A. So if the board is comfortable with that, then we should be good to go.
Could you just repeat for me which, are you looking at policy 185 standing board committee's second read? Is that the one?
Yep. Item H as in happy. And then for M, I only needed to remove exhibit A, and that's just to provide clarity to the board.
Perfect. I'm going to reread what I have, and please jump in and let me know if it is inaccurate at this point. So the current information that I have is that we could prepare ourselves to approve the consent agenda, excluding item E, policy 527, employee general conduct procedure, first reading. Is that correct? Okay, and the other items that we would like to remove for discussion include items 6A, 6H, and 6M, Exhibit A. At this time, would other board members like to make any other changes? Otherwise, I'll take a motion.
I move we approve the consent agenda excluding items A, item E, item H, and item M, Exhibit A.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Are there any other questions or discussion at this time? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are
Aye.
there any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. The first item to be removed for discussion is item 6A, Strategic Planning Services. Vice President Levy, go ahead, please.
During our meeting in the Oversight Committee, we had lots of conversation about the strategic plan. At one point in time, the work was extended to find the diversity and inclusion statements of those that would be providing those services for us. And then I was elected, and my question about the process, and I kind of think we got to this place in committee, which allowed us to vote to move it forward, to bring it to the full board for discussion, was what is the Board of Education's role in developing the vision of the district and our own portrait of a graduate. There are certain processes with Battelle for Kids, as the work was described, that seemed that because we have some other work going forward in the district, that certain portions would be removed. I think that through our conversations, what we emphasized was a need that we as a board do have an opportunity to cultivate our collective vision for the district, and form that portrait of a graduate, and also that our stakeholders are engaged so that their voices are heard as we move forward. We also discussed some of our other processes and procedures that are coming along that would add to that work. But it did appear on the consent agenda because it was moved out of committee by a 3-0 vote, but just wanted to frame that context for the board members as we move it forward tonight.
Thank you, Vice President Levy. And also, upon reflection from the conversation, I would recommend, as a way to further extend that conversation and ensure that the board has opportunities to both be a stakeholder group that is that the facilitators would talk to as an entity, but also being involved in the process throughout the process would be, if this is approved, that we would ask, the board that would ask the governance committee to be a committee alongside myself to work with the facilitator to lay out the process and be a stakeholder group that checks in regularly throughout the process. So I would add that and say that if approved, that would be something that I would make an ask of this board, that they make a recommendation to the governance committee to be a part of that overall facilitation and laying out the scope and work with the facilitator before we even get started on the process.
I'm accepting of that, yes.
All right, thank you so much for the question, and thank you for taking the question, Dr. Kieser. Board Member Levy?
Thank you. So just for clarification of the discussion that was just had, am I understanding correctly that the governance committee would have a hand in the scope of the work, but the full board would be full partners in the work of strategic planning once that scope is set out?
Yes, it would be a both and. So the governance board being a subset would be, along with myself, being that check-in regularly with the facilitator, but the board as an entity would be a constituency that would be interviewed and asked for their stories and input into this full scope of the strategic plan. Ultimately, the final product comes before the board for discussion and a vote of support.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure that it didn't reach the full board at the end, that we had a hand in the creation of it. So thank you so much for that clarity. My other concern that I just really feel compelled to voice is that I'm concerned that the comments for all of the entities listed in kind of the pool to select with the through line for each of them was that it lacks diversity. So given that this was an expressed concern for some time, I would have interest in understanding what the administration did to increase diversity in the pool used to select our strategic partners. Because that's step one, having diversity in the pool, and it doesn't guarantee a diverse partner. But for as diverse as our district is, it seems completely incongruent with me to have a selection that does not include diversity for something as critically important as strategic planning.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. So when that concern was raised, we asked for clarification to go back to the beginning, and at the time the committee had shared go back to the top two, and the responses back from both of them were to talk, one, in part the diversity and the commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion within their organization, but then also to ask for a team that would be diverse to reflect the diversity of our district and our community. And Battelle for Kids did both of those. Now, they've been connected with us after each board meeting and have shared that they've changed their team working with us to be more diverse, and they are committed to, even in what I just shared with the board, meeting with the board, or in this case, my recommendation to governance committee, to lay out the scope and to share our concerns, and they are willing to make adjustments even as part of the kickoff of the full process.
I appreciate that there is now diversity on the team, but I guess my only other question is, does Battelle for Kids have experience doing diversity, equity, and inclusion work, or are they just offering to put diverse faces in front of us?
No, they've worked in both diverse communities, but they've also shared with work that they, in response to the request from the board, they shared with us some of the tools and things that they will be using as part of the facilitation. And so, in one of the attachments to the board docs was their diversity, equity, and inclusion reflection tool, which is one of the tools that they've developed in partnership with entities to continue to work on diversity, equity, and inclusion as an organization. So they're not only committed to it as an organization and that they've worked in diverse communities, but they are also evolving their processes to incorporate more diversity, equity, and inclusion within their practices.
So just as a clarification, they do have a history of doing D&I work successfully in districts.
And I'll let Ms. Armstrong, because I know that she's talked with some of the districts that they've worked with.
Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, when I did some of the reference checks for Battelle for Kids, one of the districts that they have worked for is Columbus City Schools in Ohio, in which they implemented their DEI inclusion tool, and we're starting to do all of that work and maintaining that diverse population that they were working with. They've also I talked with Lubbock Independent School District in Texas, and they are having similar demographics to the school district of Beloit. In 72% of their population are economically disadvantaged, and 59% was Hispanic and 14% African American. So they were showing and reflective in talking with these references that they were truly able to do the work, connect with the community, and lead their focus through the strategic planning. So those two districts specifically I have spoken to and asked them how they felt they represented the diversity of their community as well as focusing on those focus groups.
Thank you so much. That's helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Armstrong. Thank you, Dr. Kieser. Do other board members have any additional questions or comments at this time? Seeing and hearing none, would anybody like to make a motion regarding our strategic planning services?
I move that we move forward with our strategic planning services with Patel for Kids as the RFP that was requested, and work through the governance committee to shape that work for the board as a whole, as a constituent group.
Thank you very much, Vice President Levy. We have a motion. Would anybody like to second it at this time?
I second it.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Any other additional discussion or questions? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. That moves us to item 6. Let's see, make sure I have the right one. We're going to item 6H, right? Is that right? Policy 185? Okay, go ahead, Board Member Levy.
So my only question is, hopefully everyone has had a chance to review those structure-related policies and are fine with that. The governance committee is the only standing committee that does not have a date cadence attached to it. And just to give everyone an update, we removed the start times for our committees except for committees of the whole. So for example, the HR committee of the whole is scheduled to begin on the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays of the month at 6:30, and our regular board meeting is still slated to run on the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays of the month starting at 7. But our other standing committees do not have a time associated with them to offer some flexibilities to chairs without having to suspend policy to change the time. But again, the governance committee does not have a date or a time of the month that they meet. So just in case the governance committee wanted to change that, I wanted to give you the opportunity to do so.
Thank you very much for that. Do any governance committee members have thoughts on that? I mean, Board Member Wong isn't here this evening.
Need to check the calendars. Understanding that we already have meetings on the 1st and 3rd, and that Wednesday is available between now and the next governance meeting, which we call, which will sometime, I'm assuming, will be in July, that will let's work that out in committee.
I would be supportive of having the discussion in committee. Go ahead, Board Member Levy.
So the only issue with that is that this is before the board for a second reading. So that means that the entire policy will be postponed until our July 6th meeting, unless there is a separate date that the governance committee would like for this policy to be approved.
July 6th is fine with me. I would prefer just to take care of it on the July 6th time in between, because I guess the requirement is that in the current policies, the dates are set, and you're wanting to set the date for the governance committee meeting also?
Well, it's not a requirement, but we are looking for uniformity. So it, again, is the only 3-person committee that doesn't have a standing date attached to its meeting.
All right. I'm fine with moving forward with that, with it not having a date or adding a date later.
Since Board Member Wong isn't here this evening, I'll defer to Vice President Levy. I'm okay with that as well. Board Member Levy, do you have any concerns about that?
Nope. So I would actually move that we postpone the approval of policy 185, standing board committees, until our Tuesday, July 6th board meeting.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
So sorry.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Dr. Keister, discussion.
So with the motion to postpone, that means that the policy does not pass tonight, and so we would be sticking with our old cadence of the second and the fourth committee or meetings and our old committee structure for another month. So just want to make sure that people are aware that the vote to postpone this is going to be one of continuing what we did in June in July, and we would not be switching to the new model.
So with the, in the postponement, we're changing the, this is the structure of the committee and the meeting dates. Well, here's the thing. We can set the meeting dates for whenever we're going to meet. Because like the meetings, if we're going to meet on July 6th, then we're going to meet on July 6th. I was in charge of the oversight committee. It's going to become the teaching, learning, and equity committee. But if July 6th is a meeting date that was going to happen, then we'll just change the oversight meeting to July 6th. That's one workaround.
Go ahead, Board Member.
May
Levy.
I offer a recommendation? All right. In the postponing of policy 185 to July 6th, we could suspend the current version of policy, which I'm traditionally not a fan of, 185, and just be very clear that until policy 185 is approved, we will move forward with regular board meetings on the first and third Tuesday of the month at 7. We could just list it out and just put that stipulation until policy 185 standing board committee meeting is approved. And in the initial motion, it's slated to be approved on July 6th.
Quick point of clarification. I just want to check with our board secretary. First, I just want to, so are you looking then, Ms. Shope, then for maybe two motions? If we did a motion to postpone policy 185, would you also then be looking for a separate motion to suspend policy with the details that Board Member Levy just included?
I would if that's what the route you want to go. The other option might be to approve the policy as is, knowing you're going to come back and just make a small revision next month to add whatever you're going to add for the date onto, onto the governance committee. So you could still approve the policy as is because it does say you'll meet monthly, and then just add the date to it next month and run it through 2 months for approval again, because everything else then would be approved and ready to go. It would just be fine-tuning the governance meeting one after you can meet as a governance board, or at least get input from Board Member Wong. But you can go either route, whatever the board would like to do.
Thank you very much for that. So we do currently have a motion on the table to postpone until July 6th. And if I just want to clarify that if that is the route that the board votes to go with, we would, in order to support Board Member Levy's workaround idea, we would also need a separate motion then to suspend current policy and adjust our meeting cadence to reflect what otherwise would be laid out in the new policy 185. So we have a motion on the table. Are there any other questions or discussion before we vote?
I do have a discussion point. I suggest that we vote the motion down and we approve, and then just loop back to adjust the date for governance. I think that's going to be the most simple thing to do.
No, I think we have to vote it because it's been seconded, so I think it has to be voted down, but thank you. Sorry, I apologize. So Vice President Levy asked if we could just rescind the motion, and I was explaining that because it's been seconded, we need to vote the motion down. So thank you very much for that discussion point, Board Member Levy. Does anybody else have any other questions or discussion at this time? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
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 Nay. Nay.
Nay. All right, motion fails. Would anybody like to put another motion on the table?
I move that we approve policy 185, standing board committee for second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion at this time? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, thank you for that discussion. Motion passes, and we are now on Employment Recommendations Exhibit A. Board Member Levy, go ahead, please.
All right, now that I am unmuted. So this is just a professional courtesy. There was some discussion had in the Policy and Personnel Committee. Board Member Jacobs had a concern that her understanding was that we approved a starting rate. And this, let me back up. So we are referring to Employee Recommendation Exhibit A, that first page under support. So just limited to that section. Her concern was that we approved the starting rate for some of those employees for $20, and then it came back at $21, which led to a discussion about starting without a cap being instituted versus pay ranges. So the bullet points of discussion that we had in Policy and Personnel is what employee groups have salary ranges. And it boiled down to, Dr. Kieser, correct me if I'm wrong, our administrative staff has recruiting salary ranges that are actually not capped, which I learned something new because I thought the top of the range was the cap, but apparently that is not the case. That can be a discussion for a separate day if people are interested. But our hourly employees don't have wage ranges. The other thing is that our non-administrative salaried employees have a pay matrix. So not a range, but you can look on the matrix, calculate experience, et cetera, and arrive at a number. So my concern is I wanted to have a discussion with the full board because I wanted to honor the concern that Board Member Jacobs brought up and make everyone very aware that as we stand now, our hourly employees don't have a matrix or a range for their pay. And since we didn't specifically say a cap, the administration believes that they are within their rights to use that starting pay, but they can increase that since there's not a cap. Now, on the total end of the spectrum, what this means is, not saying that they would, I want to be clear about that, but if the administration wanted to start that salary at $40 an hour, they believe that they could do that. So I just wanted to make sure that before we voted, that everyone was on the same page about what this means. And the final thing that we discussed in committee, and my concern was, I didn't want, well, let me back up. Ms. Armstrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, alluded to there is going to be some work around ranges and matrices, so that work is forthcoming. My concern was that if we approve this evening and then that work is developed, I did not want us to find ourselves in a similar situation that we did with the coaches, where it's, oh, well, the board approved that, and now we have a matrix, so we can't stick to the matrix because we want to be uniformed with what has been approved. Hopefully I did a good job of laying out what was discussed, what this vote would entail, and if there are questions that I can help with, I'm available to do that.
Thank you very much for the very thorough overview, Board Member Levy. It looks like Ms. Armstrong is here. Would you like to speak to those points?
Board Member Jacobs had a question first, so
Oh,
I'd like to
Board
hear
Member
her
Jacobs.
question first.
As you can see, my glasses are falling off, and I apologize. I didn't see your question mark. You go right ahead, please. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you, Board Member Levy, for responding, and thank you, Mrs. Armstrong, as well, for noticing my little question mark. I just really wanted to say the reason that I had posed that question to Board Member Levy as chairperson of the committee was, and I'm not saying present administration would do this at all either, but it's not been, it was what, 2 years ago, where our salaries were going crazy with administration. I think we need to have something in place, whatever the board decides. But for example, I was a little taken aback. Okay, so the starting salary is 20, but every one of those new hires are at 21, and I don't know the reasoning behind, but I just get a lot nervous actually, in regard to salaries and being fair and equitable, and knowing there's not a cap. I don't want what just happened in our very recent history to ever happen again in our district. So that being said, I'm anxious to hear what other board members think. And thank you, Mrs. Armstrong, again, too.
Actually, we do have another board member question. Are you okay with that, Ms. Armstrong? Yep. Okay, cool. Please go ahead, Vice President Levy.
So as I'm looking at the exhibit, I guess one thing what accounts for the difference? Like for facility engineer making $21, facility engineer making $20, groundskeeper making $17, groundskeeper making $19, and then facility engineers that are painters. And kind of just explain the difference to me. And then I do realize that these are the positions that, as we absorbed as an Aramark, and we have our own custodial services again, that has happened. So once again, as we have a new employee group, my overall concern is just that the compensation tools, the instruments that we're using, whether it's a matrices, a schedule, a scale, but that employees in the same group have an understanding of what their pay is, will be, why it differentiates, and just that it's not arbitrary and capricious, and that people who are performing the same work can kind of have that consistency. And I know that through time, these tools have to be redeveloped, that they only last so long before they need to be recalibrated. But just to explain the differences for me as we begin with these positions.
No problem. I appreciate that opportunity to address those concerns. The facility engineers are our maintenance workers, and I just want to point out that there are 8 of them on here, and only 3 are making 21 versus the 20, which was approved as the starting salary when we proposed this. The 3 individuals that are annotated, or I apologize, it's 4, are employees that were with Aramark, and we are keeping we're not taking any pay cuts, and they have years of experience with the district. And the one individual who was not an Aramark employee has commensurate experience as the Aramark employees. The other facility engineers are being brought in at that starting wage due to their experience level. The groundskeepers positions were approved to start at $16 an hour. Again, with the experience, we have one individual that we put over that, and then another individual who has been working with Aramark and has worked with the district prior to with ABM and with the district when we had it. So that individual was getting additional dollar. The lead groundskeeper was proposed to start at 17. The individual has over 20 years' experience, and we wanted to keep him commensurate with his experience levels. So I think these are very in line with what we targeted when we knew we were going to bring this in-house. And the conversation that Board Member Levy brought up about the compensation structure and process that we're going through is a direct result of knowing that we have inequities and salaries were set all over the place, as Board Member Jacobs talked about. We put out the RFP, we've kind of talked about that in our board updates, that we put out an RFP for total compensation study and total benefit packages so that we can have an external company come in and look at our scope of our positions and what they are being compensated comparative to the public sector and the private sector in our marketplace and nationally so that we can align this. We are not doing any individual pay adjustments for anyone requesting at this time because we are starting that engagement on that compensation study, which we are hoping will address our longevity, which will address all of the factors that you're going to hear more about as we come up with ranges or matrices and getting something that can be measured. As we have seen is a priority of this district, it's a priority of the board. We need to let people know what we're going to be doing. So when these positions were advertised, they were advertised as a starting wage is 20 or 16 or 17, whatever that range was, and measurable with experience. So we did not put anyone highly over the rate that was done, but we did want to respect that experience time, keep them competitive in their nature. We didn't want to ask people to take pay cuts when they're coming from Airmark to us. And we wanted to make sure that we are consistent in how we apply it. And this is setting our base as we don't have this employee group at this point because they were outsourced employees. This will start keeping our matrix of how many years of experience and like people and like positions are going to be paid until we have this compensation study and equity plan in place.
Thank you so much, Ms. Armstrong. It looks like Dr. Kieser would like to jump in, which is fine, and I just want to acknowledge that following Dr. Kieser's comments will be Vice President Levy and Board Member Jacobs.
Sorry, and all I wanted to add on to Ms. Armstrong's comments, and thank you, Ms. Armstrong, for the thorough explanation. Just to address Board Member Levy and Board Member Jacobs' concerns about having no upper cap. That's precisely the reason why we have personnel committee and moving to now an HR committee of the whole is the checks and balance. So if the board feels that we're bringing in an hourly employee that is well above what other commensurate employees and levels, because this is something that is on our board docs and available to the public, that those questions should be asked. Indeed, must be asked, and we have a duty to be able to respond to that. I feel that when we had the conversations about bringing our maintenance employees back in-house, we set that hourly wage in terms of what is appropriate for the starting, and then the practice has always been for hourly to then adjust for the experience. The concern, I will just say personally, and I am waiting for the compensation study to come in to give us some more clarity. The concern that I have about having a bottom and a top range is if I'm an employee and I know that my top range is going to be X, that's great, because as soon as I get close to X, I know I need to start looking for another job because I'm not going to go above X. Now, I know Vice President Levy talked about that good practices get updated over time, and we hope that those processes will always stay ahead. But when we have something that has an upper bound to it, that is going to be a concern long term for retention, which I know is also a priority of our district and of our board. So that's why we wanted to make sure that we had a plan, a study, so that we could further develop a plan to present to the board to address not only this concerns, but the historical concerns, and having a comprehensive approach moving forward.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Keiser. Vice President Levy?
Two questions. One, the position has benefits also? Okay.
Yes.
Right. And then secondly, what's the timetable on the compensation study? And does the compensation study include all of our employee groups?
Yes, the compensation study does incorporate all positions in the district, and we signed the engagement letter today, so we are hoping to have a kickoff conversation in the next week or so.
And so then kind of like the presentation of like the findings and then the corrective actions or the actions to go with the findings might happen in the 21-22 school year, or be fresh for starting the 22-23 school year? What is
I
your thought?
firmly believe that their turnaround time is going to hit us in the first quarter of the 21-22 school year. They do feel they can do this pretty quickly and do a comprehensive. So I would anticipate that we will have the information and we can build that structure into the final plans of our budget. It will probably be a little tight and hairy for a little bit, and we'll do some estimates, but I am fairly confident, I'll be able to be more confident when I have the kickoff conversation, that we would be able to build that in our adopted model for the 21-22 school year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Levy and Ms. Armstrong. Board Member Jacobs, followed by Board Member Levy.
Mrs. Armstrong, thank you for that very thorough explanation. And it makes sense to me what you said. I'm glad that you gave that thorough explanation to the public that's listening, because as we're all aware, and as I said earlier, it's the very recent past where we had a lot of issues, and it's going to take a while for the public to it's going to just take us time to get the trust back of everyone in the community, and I understand that. And I think it's important that we as a board are thoroughly looking at this and asking these questions of the administration, not that we don't trust you, but that the explanation comes forward like you just gave, Mrs. Armstrong. I think that's really critical for the community to hear, so thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to explain it. And we are doing a lot of this work as well in our budget work group meetings in explaining how the district makes financial decisions as well.
Thank you both very much. Board Member Levy?
I just want clarity on the work that is scheduled to happen, sounds like this fall into the winter. Will we have either a pay range or a pay matrix for all employee groups? Because Dr. Keiser, it sounded like you may have some apprehension with pay ranges, because once a person gets to the top, that may impact longevity or retention. So just to recap, the work that is forthcoming will include either a pay range or a matrix schedule with respect to salaries for all employee groups in the district. And my reason for asking that is because I don't want to have to retain, what do we pay this group? Let's make sure this is in line. What should this group be expecting? I want standardized tools where the same way I can go to a policy and read it to make sure we're doing correctly, I want to be able to go to ranges or matrices and make sure that we're paying people appropriately.
And I would thank you, Board Member Levy, and I'm sharing with you going into this process my concern from my perspective, prior to having an expert in the field do the study and give us their professional recommendations. I don't know what the outcome will be. That is what we have asked in the request for proposal, is for them to look at all of our employee groups and then give us their take on our context and what they recommend with us moving forward, and then help us develop a plan that then we could present to the board for consideration and ultimate approval.
And I don't want to get too far in the weeds on this, but I do believe it's related enough to mention it. It makes me very uncomfortable to say I don't know what the outcome is being when you're paying someone for a service. If we determine that we either want a pay range or a pay matrix that we can refer to make sure that we're being equitable and consistent, then that's the expectation of the product that we want to receive. But I'm not comfortable with walking into this saying, well, I don't know what they might tell us. That does not seem like the most productive use of their talents, abilities, or anyone's time.
So I'm going to jump in. I see Vice President Levy has a comment, and I think that this probably warrants its own agenda item. I just don't want to get too far from what was publicly noticed at this point, so I'm just going to throw that out there. But Vice President Levy, did you have any other comments before we maybe wrap up this issue?
Right. So when I think about compensation, and I think about our new committee structures, whether it's budget and planning, I might be getting the names of the committees wrong, but at some level, I would assume that once the compensation study is done, that the findings or the recommended actions will come to that committee level, and they'll start to come out. When I reflect on the board self-evaluation, issues of, as Board Member Jacobs pointed out, our district history, norms, culture, that people, last person in the room kind of got what they wanted to get. That's one of the things that Board Member Jacobs was trying to speak to, I think, that we just want to make sure for all of our employee groups that they understand that as employers, we design a fair compensation system that is consistent and can be expected. I think I understand what Board Member Levy is saying in terms of wanting to understand what the product is, but my understanding is like they'll study what we do, give us some best practices and suggestions on how to put ourselves in the place we want to be so we can be consistent for our employees. And then those actions will be discussed at the committee level, and then as a full board, we'll make decisions to put us to where we want to be so that we can say with confidence that we know we're good employers, because people can expect compensation in terms of wages and benefits and understand what that is.
Thank you, Vice President Levy. And I think that since this has been a very informative and robust discussion, I will be happy to work with Dr. Kieser to find an appropriate time to bring this back either to committee or full board in general. I really appreciate Ms. Armstrong and your contributions that you made to our discussion this evening. At this time, does anybody else have additional questions, comments, or discussion to offer on the Employment Recommendation Exhibit A?
Yes.
Or a motion?
Oh, yeah. Well, I had a question first.
Absolutely, go ahead.
So what's listed is what they will make? Correct. Okay.
Thank you, that's an excellent clarification. Would anybody at this time like to make a motion?
I make a motion to move approval. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to be clear because sometimes we have some confusion on what we're voting for. Once approved, this may be different than a similar employee group if it happens after this study is done. And one of my original concerns was similar to the coaches, there was some tornness between, oh, well, this is what we approved, but now we have this new information. What do we do with this? So I just want everyone to walk into that eyes wide open.
Thank you for that. I would like to offer a comment based on that as well. I understand, and I thank Ms. Armstrong for providing that thorough explanation as to why those decisions were made. I totally understand, and I think it's more than fair to honor those wages, more so because we have employees that have been hired that need to be paid. Moving forward, we're going to be getting into, the project or the work of getting, our processes more into standard, based on that study that they're going to be making. And I am really looking forward to that study to see what ideas they will bring that maybe will, I don't know, I guess I don't want to be so narrow focused, and really be open for ideas and suggestions as to, what that study could bring. So I totally understand Dr. Kieser by saying, that he doesn't know what they'll bring to the table. Sometimes we get so narrow into our own expectations that we don't really see any other opportunities that might come with that study. So I feel that within that study, it's going to bring more opportunities for us to have a fair and equitable matrix or pay range for that. But anyways, I'll go ahead and move forward with my motion. So I move to approve of the Personnel Employment Recommendation Exhibit 8 to be approved.
Thank you very much for your comments and your motion. Is there a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously to approve Employment Recommendation Exhibit A. That concludes our consent agenda items that we removed. Thank you all for your work on that this evening. That brings us to our next category, which is the business action items. And before we get started, I would like to ask for a motion to postpone item 7A to our June 29th meeting because it is a brief item that I believe we can accommodate better at next week's special meeting. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Could you repeat the request, please?
Yes, absolutely. We have a special meeting scheduled next Tuesday, June 29th. I believe that the discussion on the resolution proposed by WASB to the Joint Finance Committee might be better for that meeting, given the agenda items we still have to complete tonight at this meeting. So I'm asking for a motion to postpone.
Perfect. So moved.
Looks like, I'm so sorry, Board Member Jacobs, did you have a question?
I do, but, and maybe I missed it. On the consent agenda, do we approve, I know we took things off prior to that. Did we approve the consent agenda without those?
Yes, we did, and thank you very much for clarifying. Thank you. So we have a motion on the table.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. No, good clarification. We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
I second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion at this time? Hearing none, all in favor of postponing the WASB resolution discussion to June 29th, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you. That brings us to item 7B, the resolution authorizing a board independent hearing officer, or IHO, to determine pupil expulsion. So Dr. Kieser, if you'd like to get us started with that.
Thank you, Board President Miller. So annually, the board, who is the only entity that can expel a student, has an option to hear the expulsion hearings themselves, or by resolution, authorize the administration to contract with an independent hearing officer, or by resolution, an independent hearing panel. And so I wanted to just preface the conversation this evening that the resolution in front of you is a continuation of what has been the long history here in Beloit of having an independent hearing officer. And so in preparation for tonight's conversation, I have Ms. Beavers and myself to be able to answer questions that the board may have in determining which direction the board would like to go. Just as a brief summary for the board and for the community, when an incident happens in a school and that incident is of such magnitude that a principal suspends a student with the possible recommendation for an expulsion, a student does not automatically go to expulsion. They actually are suspended and referred to what we call an administrative hearing, which is actually a pre-expulsion process. At that pre-expulsion process, one of three outcomes could be determined. The student could be returned to school, a student could be sent to an alternative placement, or a student could be recommended for expulsion. So there is a history that every incident that is of magnitude that could be considered for expulsion does go through this pre-expulsion process. It is not cannot be skipped. It is something that happens. If during that pre-expulsion process the recommendation is to continue towards an expulsion, then that's where the deciding factor happens by state law. Our history has been that we've had an independent hearing officer, which is a contracted service, typically with a lawyer, who hears these cases. Now, this process is a very statutory-driven process, and one that ultimately ends with the full board hearing a summary of that case. And in the event that a expulsion hearing does end in a recommendation for expulsion, that independent hearing officer makes a recommendation and disposition, and then within 30 days of that hearing comes before the school board. The school board then, in closed session, has the opportunity to hear from the independent hearing officer and see a recording of the actual expulsion hearing to make one of three decisions, either to approve, to reverse, or to modify that outcome. And at that time, and only at that time, does the expulsion happen for the student. If a school board chooses not to have an independent hearing officer, they can elect to have an independent hearing panel, and the board gets to determine how and the makeup of that panel, and then can direct the administration as it sees fit. If there is no independent hearing officer, what happens is that we still run through the pre-expulsion process. That is all an administrative process. That is not a board process. But if that pre-expulsion process ends up recommending an expulsion, then without an independent hearing officer or panel, the full board has to come together and meet and conduct that actual hearing. And so the board would then not have to approve anything, because the board hears that case and then makes a determination in the moment as to the disposition. With that simple explanation, I want to give Ms. Beavers an opportunity to clarify anything that I've overly simplified, and then open it up for the board to ask questions.
Thank you.
You did a great job. I think the only thing I would add is in between the violation and the administrative hearing, if the student is a student with a disability, there must be a manifestation determination meeting held. And if the violation of the code of conduct is determined to be a manifestation of the student's disability, then the student does not move forward in the expulsion process. The IEP team meets and makes changes to the IEP, develops a behavior plan, and the student goes back to the school.
Oops. And so as this comes before the board and to have discussions, and we are here to answer questions along the way, my recommendation to this board for consideration is that, given the history of having an independent hearing officer, I would recommend that we continue with that process. again, this has to be done by resolution, and that resolution is only good for one school year. So that's why it's always in June, just before the beginning of the fiscal year, and that gives the administration time, if under a resolution, to go and get an independent hearing officer for us to be able to run through our process to secure that person.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Kieser. So board members, as you have questions, please place them in the chat. I want to make sure that everybody has kind of like a first round opportunity to ask questions or offer comments before I go back and give everybody a second chance. I anticipate this will be a robust discussion, so I just wanted to throw that out there. Right now in the chat, we have Vice President Levy. Go ahead, Vice President Levy.
All right, so I'm clear on the role of the board in the expulsion process, but as a part of our conversation this evening, the independent hearing officer at the administrative hearing level. So there's a student violation of the code of conduct at the building level, and then it receives a 5-day OSS pending a pre-expulsion, because that violation of the code of conduct is an expellable offense, or could be deemed as an expellable offense. Explain to me the role of this first level administrative hearing and the independent officer that's involved at that level, and why that is not district administration or the building principal or some other level deciding which students go to expulsion hearings. Why was the decision made to have an independent hearing officer determine building level consequences and what would happen at that level? Is the first question that I have.
Thank you for that question. I'll let Ms. Beavers talk in just a moment. I just want to clarify. So at the pre-expulsion level, it is a contracted service, but it's different than an independent hearing officer in the sense of an expulsion. But I understand exactly how you're using the term of having a non-district employee handle that.
Yeah, interpret the code of conduct for us.
Perfect. And so I'll let Ms. Beavers kind of talk a little bit about why we would have someone interpret that code for us. I know that we have had a history of having that, and there's been some legal reasons why we've gone to that process.
So at the pre-expulsion hearing, there is legal representation from an outside agency sitting on one side of the table. The other side of the table is the administration, principal or designee administration, the family, the student. I do not know why the district has gone with an independent contractor in that case, but I believe that the administration is interpreting the code of conduct. The lawyer that's sitting at the table is hearing the case that the principal brings before it.
And it's also to ensure that we are following due process in terms of having someone make sure that there's questioning and evaluation of the incident so that a decision is impartial and in moving forward, as opposed to the perception. And that has been the oral history that has been shared with me about why we've gone the route that we have. Not every district does pre-expulsions with a contracted service, but that's been the oral history that's been shared with me.
So when Dr. Monroe was here is the last time that as a community member, I listened to conversations presented about our administrative hearing, our expulsion process. And one of the concerns that has arisen from the community is that when students find themselves in this process, I would assume that like if, with the violation of a student code of conduct, there's a 5-day OSS, and when you say the outcomes are that a student returns to school, that if it's deemed that the offense is not an expellable offense or they won't go to an expulsion hearing, they serve out the 5-day OSS, or there's alternative placement, or there's the recommendation to go to the expulsion hearing. I'm a little concerned because this process has not been as clear to me as I understand school discipline working. And in our community, I know that there are people that kind of feel like when we get to this alternative placement, because even as an educational professional, at that board meeting over a year or two ago, I was involved in some questioning and answering to understand exactly what was going on. And I was not happy with the answers that I was given, or it didn't make sense to me. So when it comes to, and so I was approaching this issue, one, with just the independent hearing officer at the end, but there's other revelations and discovery that have me questioning. It's our code of conduct, and if students violate that, principals make building level decisions. So when we have someone else interpret whether the student has violated or go to an expulsion hearing or not, that's a little fuzzy for me in terms of understanding what we do. And then, like, what I've heard in the community and people have brought is like, yeah, they just told me I got to go to the other middle school. They talked about forced alternative placements, or you're just going to move from this school to the next. And the thing that I was questioning then and am questioning now at this part is like, so when an alternative placement comes up, let's say I'd take a regular old fight, but the student has, let's say the severity of the fight was, it's a little bit more graphic than just where you would suspend a kid. So when it comes to this alternative placement, I know yet no one in this room is the independent hearing officer, the contracted service provider that is interpreting our code of conduct for us. But what are the things that our contracted service hearing officer have deemed as reasons for alternative placements, and where are those alternative placements?
I appreciate that, Vice President Levy, in terms of asking about the pre-expulsion process, and I wonder if that would be a conversation that is best suited if we have a conversation, a more holistic conversation around the code of conduct in discussing the pre-expulsion process. However, we are always interested in getting feedback in terms of how we can improve the process moving forward. That being said, one of the things that was presented this year with our early intervention funds, or the CCEIS funds, is we have a coordinator of specialized behavior who's in part their job in part is to address the concerns that the community and the board have brought forward, including the process you are talking about, interpreting the code of conduct, having a single entity to both provide calibration across their administrative team around the code of conduct and provide PD and onboarding for new administrators around the code of conduct, and then being able to ensure that when an incident does go to pre-expulsion and potentially to expulsion, that they are involved in the preparation and flow through for that. So that is a direct result action step that has come about from exactly the feedback that you've provided and that was provided to me when I first came here, as well as from listening to both community, staff, and administrators during my past year.
The issue for me is, as I looked at the issue, I kind of had one approach to how I might proceed tonight, of whether we have an independent hearing officer or the board hears the expulsions. But with the other revelations, that's one way to address it. But I think that the issue for me is happening with when the violation of the code of conduct happens and there is not a school district of Beloit employee applying that code of conduct to our students. I understand that lawyers can read documents, and I've seen the matrix. I was an employee when the matrix was developed. And as an educational professional, and I think about the disproportionality in the discipline that has happened in this district, I want school people determining consequences for students. People like to say, well, you can't do that in the real world. We are in the real world, and students are in the context of schools, which are learning environments. And if students and their behavior is so egregious that they have to be expelled because they're threatening the opportunity for other students to have education, I understand that. But I'm very troubled by this process. And so even as we discuss whether we should have a resolution, a hearing officer or not, this is problematic for me. We have went through this pandemic and students have not been in buildings, so that has not been a problem. But even as from last school year to this school year, when people were wondering when will we get back in the building, I have sat and listened through, well, what is it going to be like when we get back in the building, as if people assume that here we'll have all this trouble and bad student behavior. The same way that we want to make sure we have appropriate compensation and it's clear and consistent, this discipline process, since we're going to have students in the building, is something that needs to be cleaned up as well. The question I had about the alternative placements, and I do understand that this is the pre-expulsion process, but that's how these things get to the expulsion level. What are the alternative placements? Are we just talking about different buildings? You move from one middle school to the next middle school, or intermediate school to the next intermediate school, or now you're going to BLA, or you're going to BLA, or you're going to get expelled? I mean, what is happening? And then when expulsion recommendations do come forth, who is writing the recommendation expulsions? Who's writing the recommendations for expulsions? Who's determining the length, the duration of the expulsion, and who's determining whether services will or will not be provided?
I absolutely appreciate the feedback, and in brief summary, what was told to me in oral history about having an independent person with a legal background to ensure that there's impartiality. The counter that you are sharing is that there is concern that not having a district employee interpreting the code of conduct could create that disproportionality that we're trying to mitigate and address. If I understood the perspective that you were sharing with me.
That's part of it.
That's the first part. The second part is the actual process in terms of what are we doing when we go through that pre-expulsion process when it is something other than the expulsion process. I will say that we do provide services to all students who are expelled as a matter of course. And in fact, we have staff that are at BLA we have 2 staff at BLA who work with students who are expelled. And so if it does get to that point, if a student has an IEP, they are automatically provided services under IDEA, but we do provide opportunities for support for students who are expelled who don't have an IEP.
So I'll make this statement and then I'll move on. As an educational professional, I've worked in Columbus, Ohio, a large urban district. I've worked here in Beloit. And the last 10 years, I've worked in a predominantly white district. And in those different settings, when I examine the scope of student discipline, I've noticed differences, community standards, what's acceptable, how things are handled. And my professional opinion, and one of the places I represent as a board member, is schools are learning places. Students do make mistakes. Sometimes students have to be expelled. That's what happens. But in terms of the maintenance of school discipline and how these codes of conduct are applied and how students and our orientation towards how we'll handle our students, it's been totally different in predominantly black or multiracial demographics where students of color are. We're going to return to school 5 days in person. I've heard parents, when we were not in school, talk about the detrimental effect that it had on their students. These are some of the same things that people have said about when the school was open and their students were there because of the application of discipline. So since we are returning to school, possibly, well, that'll come up, but that's my anticipation. This discipline situation, I want this to be cleaned up. At this point, for myself, we're going to have a meeting on the 29th. This can come back on the 29th.
Thank you very much, Vice President Levy. Board Member Jacobs.
Thank you, Vice President Levy, for those comments. I was listening carefully to what you said. And as everyone knows, I was an administrator for 17 years. And Vice President Levy, you weren't on when a year or so ago when I started reading packets as a board member. And I was extremely unhappy with what I saw. And what I saw, besides spelling and grammatical errors, which is a personal thing with me, and I believe Board Member Levy is with me on that, but what really upset me was the lack of interventions for these kids. That is totally unacceptable. And I've spoken to Dr. Keyser about this. And I've been assured that the principals have had the same training. And here's where I'm coming from. Every principal has to be on the same page, and the superintendent is in charge of those principals. First of all, okay, I'm trying to be as clear as I can. Not all principals, when I was a principal, did the same thing that I did, for example. We didn't always have those trainings every year. And I think those are critical. And I think those expectations have to be laid out to principals. And if we're really going to be fair and equitable, we have got to have those interventions listed. I want to see what interventions have been done for these kids. I get there's the rare case where a kid, if a child would bring a gun and threaten someone with it and it's loaded, of course they're going to go to an expulsion. I get that. But 9 times out of 10, that's not going to happen. And if we've got those interventions in place and every principal is meeting with his or her SIT team, and for the community, the SIT team or the building leadership team should be, okay, so say I'm Teacher Jacobs, and I've got little Billy who's being very naughty. And, okay, say I'm a 5th grade teacher. That's what I was. And Billy is just, he's a pistol. And, oh, no pun intended. I'm sorry. He's just very naughty. And
I'm going to take, if I can't figure out what to do as a professional educator, and I've talked to my colleagues and I've tried different things on my own, I'm signing him up for the BLT or the SIT team, level team, and we're all going to sit down with the counselor, with the principal, with the assistant. I mean, you've got all of your experts in your building, and we're going to talk about Billy, and we're going to figure out what we're going to do for this kid. And we're going to think of interventions, and we're going to try them. Because if people are consistently doing that with these kids, all of this stuff is never going to get to an administrative hearing most of the time. I truly believe it because I saw it in my building, and I know I'm primary, and I know that people will say, well, primary sometimes can be easier. Well, not always, because you can't reason with these kids because as you can an older child simply because they're young. My point is we have to have interventions and a lot of them, because to take a kid to an administrative hearing, no matter what his or her age is, and they've been acting out, and I, as a board member, I see no interventions listed or one or two, that's not acceptable. And again, that falls on, and I was a building principal, so I'm talking about myself. It fell on me to make sure that a kid that was having difficulty got my full attention. And we got the parents involved, and we worked with everybody involved. And you can turn that situation around. But every building principal in our district has to do it. And that needs to be overseen by Dr. Kieser as the superintendent. And I think we've been missing that for many years. And I think a lot of these issues will be resolved if we give each child a fair shake. And we don't let their behaviors get so out of control that by then it is almost too late to rein the baby back in, because they've been allowed to do bad things, if this is making sense. Sorry, this is just a real sensitive subject with me, as I know it is for everyone, but
No,
I do believe in the system we've had. Okay, I'll just hush up now and let somebody else talk.
No,
Thank
I
you.
was gonna thank you and affirm your it's total. Please feel free to share. You're fine, and I apologize for interrupting you. I was gonna let Dr. Kieser respond, but Board Member Jacobs, did you have any other
sorry,
thoughts?
thank you.
You're good?
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Oh, I'll say more later. Go ahead, Dr. Kieser.
Yeah, go ahead.
First, I have to unmute. No, I too want to affirm all the comments, and I know that, and I'll let Ms. Beaver speak for herself, but we've had several conversations about this in terms of taking the feedback around the code of conduct and addressing the feedback that, again, the board, staff, administration, and the community has shared around the code of conduct. And I know that there was an ad hoc committee that recently revised the code of conduct, and the pandemic hit. And so there's been a lot of work that was done but hasn't been implemented yet, because we only returned back to school for term 4, and thankfully our students lived up to all the expectations that we've had. I want to take the opportunity to refocus the agenda item around everything that has been mentioned and that has been talked about are things that we have worked on and we are addressing in part with the early intervention funds, the CCEIS, with this coordinator of specialized behavior, and it's a beginning piece and something that could certainly grow in scope based on feedback. But at the end of the day, there will be an incident, unfortunately, that will be of such significance that it will come to a case where it will be recommended for expulsion. And at that time, the determination rests with the board. Does the board ultimately want to hear that as a committee of the whole, or do they want to authorize either an individual or a small group to hear that moving forward, knowing that either one would need to report back to the full board, because ultimately only the committee of the whole or the full board can approve, reverse, or modify a recommendation for expulsion and a disposition on that. So while I totally understand about that we have a meeting on the 29th, I guess my thought is, other than waiting one more week to reflect and think and come up with more questions, I absolutely understand and want to acknowledge that a lot of the feedback is about the process that leads up to it, as opposed to what do we do if and when we actually get to that process. So I just want to take the opportunity to reframe that, and I'll turn over to Ms. Beavers is saying, nope, I covered everything. So I'll turn over to the next person. I think Board Member Levy has.
I'm going to actually,
next question.
can I jump in real quick? First of
Sure.
all, thank you, and thank you for the refocus. Board Member.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I was actually hoping if we could just pause for a quick moment and consider, since we're about 4 minutes away from needing one, consider a motion to extend our meeting time before we go forward. And then I'm going to go back to Board Member Jacobs to finish her comments and then go to Board Member Levy. Would anybody like to make a motion to extend our meeting 30 minutes?
I make a motion to extend our meeting by 30 minutes.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. And so sorry about the interjection. Please go right ahead, Board Member Jacobs. You can finish your thoughts, and we'll go to Board Member Levy.
Thank you, Board Member Levy, because I just wanted to respond to Dr. Kieser, so thank you. And Dr. Kieser, I do agree, and thank you for bringing me back to on point. So let me just say, if all of those things are done, I firmly do believe the structure will work, that we do have an independent hearing officer. I think that if the principals are doing their job and doing the discipline correctly in their buildings and you are overseeing it, then I definitely think an independent hearing officer is the way to go. Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Levy.
Thank you, Board Member Jacobs. Go ahead, Board Member Levy.
So I'll keep my comments brief. One, I think two of the most critically important items that a board can handle is hiring and evaluating a superintendent and determining who gets a free and appropriate education. And that is so closely correlated with expulsion. The two go hand in hand. I have been, and I'm just speaking for me, I want to be clear with that, grossly disappointed with the board side of the current independent hearing officer. I don't believe that individual has the capacity or the nimbleness to ask the appropriate questions while the hearing is taking place and provide adequate information to the board. So I'm comfortable with the sound decision making when it comes to who has the right to a free and appropriate education. I am hopeful that we have remedied the issue of incomplete and inaccurate packets. I am glad that all of the administrators went through training on that, and I think it needs to be annual. But I am not in support of having an independent hearing officer on the board side. I don't believe there should be one on the administration side either, but I don't think that's under our purview. But I think that it is the responsibility of the board to hear those situations in a way that allows us to ask questions from the information that we're processing and not be so removed from the process that when we go to ask questions, if that person doesn't have the information, it's like, oh, we'll refer to the packet. For me, that level of sanitation and removal does not best serve our students and families when determining who has the right to a free and appropriate education.
Thank you very much, Board Member Levy. I want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to ask a question or provide a comment before anybody makes a motion. So I'll just throw that out there, and I want to check in with board members Delgado and Anderson. Do either of you have thoughts or questions at this time?
I do not.
Thank you very much, Board Member Delgado. Board Member Anderson?
The only thing I want to say is that I agree with, we do need to kind of review the processes that we go through just to make sure that everyone is getting a fair opportunity at education. Because, I mean, sometimes, like as Board Member Jacob said, if we address these things sooner rather than later, the smaller things are going to, we can get rid of those smaller things that will lead up to a bigger thing. So, I mean, I'm in favor of kind of evaluating all this and kind of working towards making it a cleaner process. But if it means that it comes back to the board side where we do it, then I'm in favor of us handling this instead of having an independent person doing it.
All right, thank you very much, Board Member Anderson. Board Member Delgado?
Sorry, I changed my mind. Just have a question, just based on hearing everyone else's. Like, since really what Dr. Kieser is asking right now is either to approve or not approve that resolution and to move forward with the hearing officer or not. I'm just wondering if we're like renewing this, do we have an option to choose which fair hearing officer we get, or is that just someone that is like provided like by someone else, or I don't know, is there any options to that, or do we get to keep the same one that we have?
Thank you, Board Member Delgado. So I was very intentional in terms of not presuming that things would just move forward in a particular way, but I wanted to prepare for the options. The first decision is whether or not the board wants to hear it, or if they want to have someone, a smaller subset hear it, whether it be an officer or a panel. If the resolution for an independent hearing officer were to be approved as a resolution, my next question to the board would be, what's the feedback that they would like to give administration? We have a process for contracted services that we follow when we are looking for something. If the board per se was happy with the individual, they could certainly say, we're very happy with the individual, we would like the administration to stick with that person. Or opposite to that, we would like the administration to put out a request for proposal to see who does this work. That being said, it could very well be that if there's only one person who does this work, and that's the person that the feedback is not so favorable on, we would bring that back to the board and say, like, this is how that process played out. So we don't have to stick with the individual, but we do have a process, and sometimes that process yields many options to choose from, and sometimes it yields only one option. And in this case, we would let the board know what the results of that process end up being if we go down that road.
Thank you. Board Member Delgado, did you have anything else?
That was it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you both very much. Vice President Levy.
So in regard to the matter, it's my desire as a board member to decide these issues. And if I, as a board member, am willing to decide these issues, when I think about the year that we're getting ready to go into, post-pandemic, like a year zero, a start over, that student behavior that's a district climate and a district culture issue for us. So as board members, if we're willing to involve ourselves in that process for the betterment of our district, then those other processes that we've kind of talked about today, before students come back to school in the fall, those things have to be looked at also. When I think about how we are, how our name is tossed about, and people make comments about our students and behavior, and how that's kind of hung around our neck, that we have human beings who make mistakes, as human beings do, and we educate them. I think this is a matter of grave importance for our district.
Thank you, Vice President Levy. Since everybody has now had an opportunity to voice questions, comments, and thoughts, would anybody like to make a motion at this time?
I move that we reject Resolution 21-22-01, Independent Hearing Officer for determining pupil expulsion.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to reject the resolution for the IHO. Is there any discussion or are there any questions at this time? Go ahead, Board Member Jacobs.
So I just want to clarify a couple of things. So Dr. Keyser, well, I'm sure I heard you correctly. So I'm just kind of speaking out loud to sort my thoughts. So if we did go with an independent hearing officer, right now it would be the current one that we've had. If we passed, if this motion fails and we would have that hearing officer, at that point we would tell you we want to look for another, but there's a possibility we will not get another, correct?
There is that possibility, correct?
Okay, this is for 1 year only, correct? This resolution?
Each year, the board takes up this option. By having an independent hearing officer, it has to be a board action. If the board hears it, the board does not have to take action annually. If they're hearing it, they have the option to continue that process without having to take a formal vote.
Okay, and then, well, I'll be off the board by that year, but when the year's up, so, but the other thing was there's the board, it will be a subgroup of the board that would be standing as the IHO?
So,
Point of order, if we could keep conversation limited to the motion that's on the floor, I don't want, and that's all an important conversation to have, but after the motion for the alternatives that would come after.
I feel like I can't vote though, unless I know these answers.
I think for the point of voting on the motion to reject, it's implicit that we understand what the process is that would come in place. I think it's, I'm okay with answering that question.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to be taking up a lot of time. I just want to make sure that I'm totally understanding it. So then it is a small, so I did read the material, but I was a little confused. So there is a subcommittee group of the board that would be the IHO?
so succinct.
And then it would be the full board?
Board Member Jacobs, sorry. So
I don't
succinct.
want to upset the interpreters by talking over each other, but I think if we segment this, it may become more clear. So if step one, the motion is on the table as to whether or not we will have an IHO, and then once that determination is made, we can determine what step two will look like. But in trying to seek clarity, I think we may be confusing the issue by having additional conversations before this is resolved.
And now I'm thank you for bringing that up again, because now I'm more clear on your point. Thank you for that. So I do see that, so what we can do then, Board Member Jacobs, is we can continue this discussion after we take action, but I do see that Vice President Levy has a question in the chat. Is it pertain to the motion on the table?
In the manner of the discussion that Board Member Jacobs had started, to go into that direction, because I took it to be like, if we don't have an independent hearing officer, what happens?
Okay, so we're gonna, I think at this point, put a pin in that. And if the board decides to accept the motion on the table, we would then proceed with that discussion based on the materials that were provided. And if the motion fails, then we can still continue the discussion, although I guess it would be a moot point at that point. So are there any other questions on the motion on the table, which, just to repeat, is to reject the resolution to adopt an IHO? So just to clarify, Board Secretary Shope, would you mind just reading back the motion so everybody's clear on what we're voting for before we call for a vote?
Amy Levy moved to reject Resolution 2021-2022.01, which authorizes a board independent hearing officer to determine pupil expulsion under Wisconsin State Statute 120.13, Parent 1, Parent E, 1 through 4, effective July 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2022.
Thank you very much. And can we please have a roll call for the resolution? Would that be okay? All right. Are there any other questions before we take our roll call vote?
Can you clarify the vote again?
Certainly. We are voting the motion on the table. If the motion on the table passes, then we will be rejecting the resolution to adopt an independent hearing officer. So if that's what the board votes to do, we would then have to have a discussion about a system to replace what has historically been the practice. That's a great question. Are there any other questions at this time before we go to vote? Okay, hearing none, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Miller,
Aye.
Sean Levy,
Aye.
Delgado,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Levy, Amy,
Aye.
Jacobs.
Nay.
Motion carried 5-1.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I'd like it if we could go back to Board Member Jacobs' question. So Board Member Jacobs, I don't know if you want to repeat or whatever, wherever you want to direct Dr. Keiser to pick up where you left off. That would be fine. Go ahead.
Well, how do we proceed now?
Okay, so
Go ahead. Yeah.
let me jump in. Okay, so the resolution for IHO has been rejected. So there are two options that are available. The full board hears the expulsion cases, or a resolution to have an independent hearing panel, which would be not an independent hearing officer, but a smaller version of the board to hear the expulsion cases. Those are the options that are available.
So we can't have it's either one or the other. We can't have a small group of the board and then the full board.
If there's a resolution for an independent hearing panel, the full board still has to approve the work of that panel. The only time you wouldn't have to have a separate full board vote is if the full board hears the case outright.
Okay, thank you. And everybody, just an FYI, in case you missed it, I believe it's 10 days that we will have to review everything from that administrative hearing. And by law, we have to have it done within 10 days. And that's going to be, we just put a lot on our plates, guys. I'm just saying.
Yes, thank you very much, Board Member Jacobs. Do you have additional questions on the independent hearing panel versus the full board?
I would be in favor of an independent hearing panel, and then it goes to the full board, if we can do so.
Sounds good. Thank you. And then I know Vice President Levy, you had already had a question in the box. Go ahead.
A couple questions about the process. I would be in favor of a full board hearing the expulsion process. And to my understanding, that would be something like a special meeting about student welfare, following the due process rights for the students, in keeping with the timelines, so due process is met. The board would have to be polled, and when a quorum could be established, that would be the board that would sit and hear the expulsion hearing, correct? If it's a full board.
It would have to be, my understanding is it would have to be a quorum of the full board if the full board is going to hear it, and then it would have to be a majority vote of those present and voting.
Right. So what that does is that eliminates the need to have a committee meet to hear an expulsion and then have that same thing presented to the full board again for 4 of 7 to agree, or whatever the quorum is at that time. So my preference is for the full board to hear the expulsion process. And like I said, in taking up this matter where the board would be deciding these issues, this is going to, in my mind, where I'm at, is examining our practices all the way down, because understanding how cases from this student conduct violation, how it gets to the board, that's a concern. So the whole process, like I said, I've examined the student code of conduct. It was here when it was freshly written. I know it's been revised, but it's written like sentencing guidelines when it comes to this is the infraction, this is what you do. I've seen it from 2006 to the present. So at the end, understand student behavior. Within a year, there will be some behavior that the board will have to determine, is this going to be an expellable offense? But how those cases, like I said, this independent hearing officer that is making these administrative hearings and deciding if students are going back to the building, if there's an alternative placement, or if this is going to the full board for expulsion, and taking this step, that's my commitment to drive down before we get into the place of our full, back into the school year. But we'll, beginning July 1, this is the course we'll be on. So developing that process is something that we need to do.
Thank you, Vice President Levy. Board Member Levy?
I would echo what Vice President Levy just said. I think that this should be a committee of the whole, understanding that we only need 4 people. And then that way we're not doing the double work of having a 3-person committee hear it and then it come to the full board. So if it's a committee of the whole, we might have 7, 6, 5, or 4 people, and we would still be able to handle the business of the board at one time and not have a 2-step process. And yes, this is additional work, but I think it is the best kind of work if we are talking about fulfilling our duty to our students and to the community that we serve. And just as a reminder, in Policy 185.2, part of the function of the board is to be prepared to engage in the review and make recommendations of board to the board biannually regarding the district code of conduct. And regularly engaging in this work is going to help us in other areas. So again, I think it should be a committee of the whole, understanding that sometimes that will be 4, 5, 6, or 7 individuals without it having to come back again for a second look.
Thank you. I just want to defer to Dr. Kieser because we brought up a lot of points about process, and I would like to let the administration weigh in at this point. Go ahead, please.
So with the IHO resolution, I think the board does need to make make a determination, the full board or a panel, simply because that will help determine next action steps, because one will be also to provide either the full board or that panel training, and there will be some work that administration will have to do to ensure that everyone knows what the process is, what are the laws, and we want to make sure that we can do that in a timely way so that it is all taken care of. To Vice President Levy's and Board Member Levy's point around having that process lockstep in place before administration, staff, and ultimately students come back in the fall.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kieser. Do other board members have thoughts, opinions, or questions at this time before we take action? I see you, Vice President Levy. Anybody who hasn't had a chance to speak yet, have a question before we go? I'm just trying to smooth out everybody's opportunity to speak, I guess. Okay, seeing none, go ahead, Vice President Levy.
So before we get to the full board panel, the question I have, just kind of following up with Board Member Jacobs. So, and this is a part of determining this process. As a full board, let's just say if the full board hears the expulsion hearing, and our current setup, we have a contracted service provider who determines if something will go to the board for expulsion or not. Once, that's within that 5 days pending out of school, 5 days out of school suspension pending expulsion or pre-expulsion hearing, the student will be there at that level. If that person recommended that they went to an expulsion hearing, it'd be an additional 10 days.
Correct. So within 10 days of that pre-expulsion hearing and determination, needs to be scheduled that expulsion hearing. And within that time frame, there's also the time frame for getting out notices and making sure that families are aware and packets are created and sent.
So what, kind of the question that Board Member Jacobs said, or I might be filling in, or I thought this might have been an assumption that was being made, is that at that point, when we have to determine this how we conduct our expulsion hearings, but like a packet is not forwarded to individual board members. We would all be seated at one special student welfare meeting to hear the expulsion hearing, and then you're not individually reviewing packets about the discipline conduct that brought the student to the expulsion hearing, correct?
There would be information that would be provided in terms of all the information collected thus far would be forwarded to board members for review prior to the hearing, so that they would have the facts when they walk into the hearing.
So in my experience, in my work experience, that is not how, in some of the settings I've been, that we've conducted expulsion hearings. And so in moving to hear the expulsion hearings as a board member, what I was preferring is, the same way you have your day in court, expulsion, within the due process timeline, the offense and the student code of conduct violation is presented in the case against the student, and all the investigation, everything at that point would be presented to board members having no prior knowledge of the issue, and then a decision will be made about that.
To my knowledge, that the background information and the resulting information from the pre-expulsion hearing has been forwarded to the entity hearing the case. So in this case, taking our current practice and applying it to the full board, that board members would be given that for the opportunity for them to review prior to, if they want to hear it fresh at the meeting, that would be their decision.
Right. And I understand we just voted to do something different, but what we used to do is a student would go to a administrative hearing. Let's say the contracted service provider decided that they should be expelled. All that case information, all that investigation and file was sent to the independent hearing officer prior to the family even meeting with the person, and then the family would appear before them?
It would be similar to, thinking about it in terms of court of law, it'd be like an appeals. So all of the prior case information would be forwarded on to the next entity.
Right. So then, well, this is the reason I voted for the full board to hear these situations, because in that manner, it seems like the contracted service provider, when they decided that the student would go to an expulsion hearing, passed it up to the independent hearing officer. The independent hearing officer says, yep, they recommended you for expulsion. You're going to get expelled. The family comes in and they get expelled. The whole case, video, tape, CD, whatever, goes to the full board. Then the full board reviews it and says, yep, we're going to expel them. So I guess to say, like, we're designing the process backwards. We're starting with the end in mind. If there's a code of conduct violation that is an expellable offense, it seems that, as we have decided, it will be heard by the Board of Education, not an independent hearing officer. Our next decision that seems we're getting ready to make is whether that will be the full board or a panel. But like I said, yes, since we have entered into this process, I'm just explaining that as we go, that I am not just accepting whatever was done at the lower levels is just going to come to us. That, as you said, there's some training and some orientation and understanding of what this process will be that needs to be figured out.
And I would say that while I'm not familiar with the process that we've done here in Beloit, similar to you, having been an administrator who's had to take students to expulsion, unfortunately, that process in terms of having the information and being able to review that information doesn't preclude the person conducting the hearing from asking the questions and making an independent decision. I think that one perspective is that there's an end in mind and a predisposition to an outcome before the case is heard. And I can't speak to that because I don't have any knowledge to suspect that from my year here in the district. So
we're going to jump over to Board Member Jacobs. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And I think I can answer some of these questions. So what happens when you are a principal and you refer a student for an administrative hearing? There are 5 days total, first of all, that the student can legally be out of school. Work must be provided during that time. The principal must notify the parent/guardian on the day that this occurs. So the parents should be involved. If processes are followed correctly, the parent should be involved immediately by the building principal or his or her designee. Again, it does not have to be 5 days. Sometimes it will go 5 days because the docket was so full for the, I'm doing air quotes, independent, the IHO, which now no longer exists for this next school year because we're going to be it. But then that at the administrative hearing, he or she then makes the decision, looks at the packet, they also send out an invite to the parents by mail, telling them of the administrative hearing. So the parents should be involved from the very, very beginning up until when we now are going to be hearing all these. So this will actually be the third time that the parent or parents/guardians will be involved. It does not the child does not have to be out of school 5 full days either. If we can move it up faster, we can do so. Now, the administrative hearing officer can choose to say, I don't think this, I think this wasn't done correctly. I think the kid can go back to school. If, in my personal opinion, if the principal filled out the packets correctly, that should not happen. But they can at that time, the child can, as Missy had said, or Mrs. Beavers had said earlier, Ms. Beavers, that the child, it does, if the child is special ed, has any kind of an IEP, we have to look and make sure that it's not a manifestation. And Ms. Beavers, I'm not remembering, I think it's it's less than 5 days. That has to be done, I think, in a day or two, the manifestation hearing. I just want to clarify, because Dr. Keyes, I wasn't sure you were, because your first year you never had any of these. That's how it goes, Ms. Beavers. If I'm incorrect in anything I'm saying, could you please correct me at this point?
She's coming up to the mic.
And while Ms. Beaver's correcting that, I just want to remind everybody, like, our focus of our discussion needs to be on what our board process is going to be and not necessarily what the administrative process is. But go ahead, please, Ms. Beavers.
So you've got it right. They can be suspended up to 5 days. Within those 5 days prior to the administrative hearing, the pre-expulsion hearing, the manifestation has to be held. It's not within 2, it's prior to that administrative hearing. Once the administrative hearing is held, then there's 10 days prior to the expulsion hearing being held by now the board. Did you have any other questions?
Thank you.
Yep, okay.
Oh, yes. And President Miller, I think that this is important knowledge for us. If we're going to be at the top end now, we do need to understand what the administration is doing before us.
Sorry, I keep interrupting you. I deeply apologize for that. I completely agree with you. It's important information. I just want to make sure we're all clear on what the discussion is. But thank you, and thank you very much, Ms. Beavers.
Yes,
Nope, go ahead, Ms. Jacobs.
No, I just said yes, ma'am.
Well,
I just wanted to clarify that the parents are involved. They should be involved every step of the way.
And thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Board Member Levy?
Yes, thank you. I move that the full board conduct all expulsion hearings that have not been canceled through the pre-expulsion process. In this motion, I am requesting that the administrative team lay out options as to how the board could proceed with conducting expulsion hearings, including trainings at the Tuesday, June 29th special board meeting.
Ms. Shope, do you need any of that repeated? All right, Board Member Levy, if you could give us another crack at that one. Thank you.
Absolutely. I move that the full board conduct all expulsion hearings that have not been canceled through the pre-expulsion process. I am requesting that the administrative team lay out options as to how the board will proceed with conducting expulsion hearings, including pertinent training, at the Tuesday, June 29th special board meeting.
I'm going to wait for confirmation from Ms. Shope that we have the motion language before asking for a second. Board Member Jacobs, I'll call on you in just a second. Go ahead, Ms. Shope.
Board Member Levy, this is what I have, and I'm missing one small piece. So you're moving approval of the full Board of Education conducting all expulsion hearings that have not been canceled at the pre-expulsion hearing, and that administration provide, and then I pick up again at including pertinent training at the June 29th special board meeting. So there's that small piece in the middle there that I missed.
Yeah, no problem. I'm requesting that the administrative team provide options as to how the board will proceed with conducting expulsion hearings, and then the board can tweak it, including pertinent training at the Tuesday, June 29th special board meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have, I apologize for interrupting. Did you have anything else, Board Member Levy? Okay. Board Member Jacobs has a question. Go ahead, please.
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Does anybody have any questions about the motion on the table or any discussion? Vice President Levy.
Board Member Levy, when you say options, what do you mean options, those options? Can you explain that?
Great question, Vice President Levy. So as we were discussing, the board could choose to go into the hearing with a clean slate. Therefore, no prior information is provided to the board. So think in a jury trial, the jury doesn't get the information before they hear the case. Or one of the options could be that the board is presented with an expulsion packet and has the opportunity to examine that packet prior to arriving at the expulsion hearing. So that is two of the options that I can think of. The administration team may offer additional options, and of course, the board has the privilege to accept, modify, or reject, but I'm hopeful that we will leave with a consistent process for how we handle expulsion hearings. And in addition to those options, I would like to understand what pertinent trainings are necessary so that we can be effective and consistent in hearing these. That may be legal aspects that we need to be aware of before we begin the process, which quickly will be approaching July 1. That may be unconscious bias training specific to pupil review. So those are the things that I would like for us to have a deep discussion on the 29th, so that as we step into this new responsibility, we understand what our role is and that we are equipped to make sure that we are making equitable and consistent decisions related to expulsion for our students and community.
So you're referring to the design of our expulsion hearing, the design of the Beloit School District of Beloit Board of Education expulsion hearing.
I am.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there additional questions, discussion, or thoughts at this time?
Okay, so excuse me. So does this, I'm really confused now. So does this motion say that we do get the information prior or not? Or is that what the motion is about?
The motion is saying that we are accepting the responsibility as a full board, so not as a subcommittee of the board, but as a full board to hear the expulsion.
Okay.
And we are directing the administrative team to provide options for how we hear those expulsions, and that conversation will happen on Tuesday, June 29th.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or discussion? I have a question, but I don't want to cut anybody off.
So at this point, we're not really accepting anything yet. We're going to be getting more information from administration, right? Because I am interested in getting more training and making sure that we're going to be doing the correct things and evaluating things correctly. And based on the slideshow that Dr. Kieser provided, it seems that it's pretty much the same process, but without that independent hearing officer. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. It's not like we're pretty much going to be in the whole process. We have a role to play as a board, but not like, we're still going to allow administration and the principal and the teachers and all of them to do the job that they were doing, and then we will come in and evaluate. Am I understanding that correctly?
If I could take a crack at explaining the motion in context to your question, it's a two-part process. So one, if this motion is approved, we are agreeing that the full board will hear expulsion hearings, not a subset of the board. And number two, we're requesting that the administration provide options for how we will hear that information and include training. But the overall process, there are two sides coming together. The administration side of the expulsion and the board side of the expulsion. And the only difference from how we have previously is that barrier between the board side and the administration side in the form of an independent hearing officer is removed. But yes, the admin still does their work to prepare their side, and we come in and hear the case, not just hear the findings of the case, if that's helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, did you have any other thoughts or questions, Board Member Delgado?
Nope.
All right, Vice President Levy.
Considering the scope of the conversation this evening, I do understand the motion is that the full Board of Education will hear the expulsion hearing. But then when I think about our newly formed committees, Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services, we are going to design the expulsion hearing process that the board uses. But as we have discussed some of these things, there is some pupil service work related to the student code of conduct that I think will come up over the summer in the committee.
I view those as two separate issues. We need to be up and running by July 1. So with equity and consistency in mind, I think we need to lay the groundwork for how this board is going to review expulsions. And I think everyone would be open to continuous improvement, and that the bulk of that work being handled through committee and then coming back to the full board for approval. But just so everyone is aware, as of July 1, 2021, it is now this board's responsibility. Now, nobody's going to get expelled over summer school, knock on wood. But we need to be prepared. So if we are sending that to committee, I think we need a dual track. If something comes up, we need to be prepared. And also at the same time, this is working its way through committee to perfect.
Thank you. Vice President Levy, did you have any other thoughts or questions at this time?
Oh, I mean, with student behavior, say summer school is in session July 1. When students are in the building, there could be an expulsion hearing. It's student behavior. So that's the first part. Designing the expulsion process as a board, that is solely our work as we determine how we will handle those matters when they come to us as a full board. The part that I'm expressing is that in light of this, and we'll handle those issues. Seal that up. But as we move towards the opening of the school year, for all the topics that have been engaged this evening, that ends in a student coming to an expulsion hearing, there is review, explanation, understanding of some existing administrative practices that will need to occur over the summer. And I think that through the pupil service part of the committee and the student code of conduct, that is where those things will come. So that as we open our doors, that we're ready to receive the students and able to handle code of conduct violations. I'm just clearly stating a fact that we should know is existing.
I absolutely absolutely agree. And someone should speak to the chair of teaching, learning, equity, and pupil services to make sure that that is a priority for that committee, because the start of the school year is going to be here before you know it. And I would like for us to have a sound system in place.
Thank you very much. I did, recognizing that this is in effect on July 1st, I just wanted to ask a quick question about one of the parts of your motion. Dr. Kieser, do you think that, is the June 29th meeting going to work, I guess? I'm not sure what your current workload is, to provide like maybe broad-based recommendations, or do you have, I basically just want to check in, does that work for your team, or is there an alternative way that we could approach that while still honoring the July 1st component of this, I guess?
Thank you, Board President Miller. I will be reaching out to a couple of different entities and conferring with my team at the conclusion of the board meeting tonight. And so if there is a problem in meeting that deadline, I will send a message to you and the full board to that effect. But unless you hear from me, I'm working towards a week from today being able to lay out some options. We might not have everything buttoned down, but at least there'll be options to discuss.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions, thoughts, or discussion on the motion on the table? Hearing none. We have a motion on the table. It's been seconded. Hearing no other discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, so that concludes item 7B, which brings us to item 8A, which is future board meeting dates. So let me just zoom back over to that part of our screen here. And I will wait patiently while this loads. Okay, there we go. Okay, great. So our next, we do have a special meeting, as you may have heard, on Tuesday, June 29th. Do we have a start? Is that a 7 o'clock start time?
5:30.
5:30. Okay, so that is a 5:30 start time. So for those of you who are maybe watching at home, we will have a special meeting next Tuesday, June 29th, beginning at 5:30 p.m. There will be some open and closed session items at that meeting. Next, we have Tuesday, July 6th, 2021 is our next regularly scheduled board business meeting. So we have a Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting scheduled for 5:15 p.m., a Human Resource Committee meeting scheduled for 6:30 p.m., and our regular board meeting scheduled for 7 p.m., followed by, on Wednesday, July 7th at 5 p.m., our Policy Committee will then meet. So that concludes item 8A, and there will be, I just want to let people who are watching or listening at home know that there will be no other business conducted at tonight's board meeting in open session. So before I entertain a motion to go into executive session, are there any other thoughts or discussion items? Go ahead, Board Member Levy.
For policy and personnel on July 7th, could you repeat the time? It sounded like you said 7. I just wanted to...
Yes, let me just jump back to that screen. It's at, okay, it looks like, I apologize. I don't know what I said, but yet it is listed on there as 5 p.m., as in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Perfect. Thank you.
No, thank you. Great clarification. Anything else before we entertain a motion to go into executive session? Hearing none, I would actually, in addition to accepting a motion to go into an executive session, maybe ask for a 5-minute recess before we do so, if that's okay with board members. Would anybody like to make a motion to go into executive session?
Quick question. Are we adjourning from closed session, or are we coming back into open?
We are not coming back into open. Go ahead.
So I move that after a 5-minute recess, that we convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statute relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdictional or exercises responsibility.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Delgado,
Aye.
Board Member Levy,
Aye.
Jacobs,
Hi.
Anderson,
Aye.
Vice President Levy,
Aye.
Miller.
Aye. Thank you all very much. I know it was a long meeting tonight. I appreciate everybody's conversation and energy, and we will see you next time. Thank you. See you in about 5 minutes, board members.
Is there a link for closed session?
If there isn't, one will be emailed out shortly.
Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you. See you in a bit.